Oh, Hanaki! Did you know that our souls are connected by fate? Well, what do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oiran from Leon. Good evening, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, guys. Welcome to The Good People. This is a visual novel. I guess this would be considered amare because you can date, not just men. So I guess this is an amare visual novel. Yeah. It focuses on, like, Fae in particular, but also, like, a lot of other Celtic myth. And I think it actually is, like, at least partially, if not fully voiced. So that's exciting. The devs for this game were kind enough to give me a key to their existing version of the game. So the version that I have has a full prologue, like a common route, basically, and then, there are 2 routes that are half finished. They're planning to release the second half of those routes by the end of this year, I believe. And then, I'm not sure when the other love interests are going to be finished, but I believe they said there's plans for there to be, like, 8 finished, like, volumes of text. Like, volume 1 is the common route, and then volumes 2 and 3 are the first 2 routes. So there's a plan to be 8 total. There's gonna be a lot of text. There's gonna be a lot of text in this game. So it's gonna be very, story-heavy, writing-heavy, which can be seen as a good thing to a number of people, I am sure. Dream Daddy? I don't think so. Unfortunately, I tried to look. I don't see the credits for the artist anywhere yet, so I can't tell you. I don't think it's Dream Daddy, though. Arcade Spirits? I don't know. I don't know. The site doesn't, like, list credits for people who've worked on the game. Maybe once we actually get into the game, I can check if there's a credits page for the artist, but unfortunately, no credits yet. Yuno is appropriately green. Shut up! I'm a demon, not a fairy. Although, if you guys will recall, there was actually a point in time, if I could have chosen what I would be allowed to be in Kawaii, like, if I didn't have to be, like, force-assigned Oni, I do think I probably would have asked to be a fairy. I really like Fae stuff. I probably would have gone for, like, a darker Fae aesthetic, though, rather than, like, a more pastel or, like, bright-colored one. I think I'd want to go for, like, a darker, like, Shadow Court type fairy. Would have been a little edgy. Okay. I guess without further ado, we will lock in and start the game. You must choose a nickname, pronouns, and preferred presentation using the arrows on the mirror. The true name may be discarded if desired. Click the blot of ink labeled Save to confirm your choices, and the cap on the inkwell to proceed. Your journey begins with the Book of the Traveler. P.S. Don't feed Robin your pronouns, they're insatiable. Yeah, do not give the Fae your pronouns. They will steal your pronouns. This is a ongoing joke within, fairy fan bases. Nickname is the name that the protagonist will be referred to by for most of the game until it no longer is. Smile. The name will be left to fate. So if I hit no... Okay, perfect. This is what I wanted. It's kind of cool that you could, like, get a randomly assigned true name. Which I'm guessing is based on, like, what they consider to be canon. But I already have a plan for this. Lit. I mean, I'm not human, but go off. Hello, Hanaki, welcome in. Actually, I think I was gonna spell it like this. In the time when I was debating naming Yuno Fiona, it's either I make the nickname Fiona or Belle. Because Belle was also really close to being the name that I chose. Do we like Fiona more? Or do we like Belle? We must decide wisely, because this is going to be the name that we use for the character until it isn't. Think. I'm tapping my chin as I mull it over. I know about Fairy Oddparents, but no, they're not the same thing. Bella? Not Bella. I was only going to be Belle, and I was going to spell it like this. I'm going based on how I would have spelled the names if I had chosen them. Was I closer to choosing Belle or Fiona? I think between the two, I was closer to choosing Belle. So maybe Belle is the option. Maybe Belle is the answer. Yeah, I think so. So maybe this for simplicity. Yeah. And then arrows to choose how we look. I guess we could have gotten a custom sprite. It's fine. These profile options are something. I guess this is the closest. I guess. In the Book of the Traveler, pronouns will default to they, them due to a case of mistaken identity. She, her. Green-eyed Yuno returns. I mean, by all accounts, if this is supposed to be me as a human, it makes the most sense for it to be this. I'm surprised they're just so gender neutral looking. I thought they would have a more femme option, but well, saving again for a good measure, and then I guess, okay. Hey. Glossary, side stories, achievement. Let's turn this volume down a tad. It's quite loud. Oh. Like on my ego, thank you for the $9.11 tip. Good morrow, Yuno. May thee find romance in thy bosoms of men and women, and to poneth prosper. Thank you. Blessings be upon you as well. But yeah, I'm gonna turn the volume down just a tad. It's just a little loud in my little baby ears. Okay. Turn that speed up. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. No timed choices. If I can turn them off, I will. Visible post choice indicator, in-game menu, in-game dialog box upon hover. Okay. I think the game is fully voiced, which is good for me because that means I don't have to read as much. Hold on, let me check something. Last thing you need is another reason for chat to yeet you. What, by me being a fairy? You realize that fairies aren't actually that small, right? That's a common misconception. Fae are like human-sized. Sometimes they can even be much taller. Shay and Mave. I don't know who those people are. I was trying to figure out which characters are the ones that are available, but since I don't know them by name, I don't know yet. I guess I'll figure it out as we go. Like I said in my announcement tweet, though, like my going live tweet, I don't know if we're really going to get through that much today. Because from what I've seen, the Book of the Traveler is quite long, so we might just only have time for Book of the Traveler. And then I guess we can decide from there our desire to commit to the other characters. And there's like side stories and stuff too. There's a lot to keep up with. So we'll see how it goes overall, but I guess we'll start with Book of the Traveler. There we go. I was like, start, please? The following chronicle seeks to recount the events preceding the Ironok. An Irish person, the term is gender neutral.
Aeronok.
Aeronok. Cool. That's the cool thing about this game. There's words I'm probably not going to know how to pronounce, but not only does it have the glossary, it has a pronunciation guide.
Aeronok.
Aeronok. Events preceding the Aeronok's interference with the affairs of the legendary... Help.
Tuatha Dé Danann.
Tuatha Dé Danann. Tribe of the goddess Danu. Mortals made demigods through the blessings of Danu. If I remember, rules of Fae, no names, no information, no mentioning of memories, no saying sorry. Well, yeah, because anything you say to a Fae, they will use to manipulate you. This is correct. More contemporarily known as... Now I get to learn how to say this.
Nadini Maiha.
Nadini Maiha. Okay. We begin in 1845, during the initial onset of... Oh my god. There's so many terms I don't know how to say. I feel so bad. It's cool that this is here, though.
Androchel.
Androchel. The initial onset of Androchel, or...
Angorta Mór.
Angorta Mór, an era of Irish history besieged by unparalleled tragedy. For most, the severity of what was to come could not yet be known, but to the laborers, any poor harvest meant a long and hungry winter. Proper preparation was vital, and so it was thus that the Aeronok set out to the port city of Galway one fateful mid-September morning, readying to pawn off an assortment of family heirlooms and other disposable valuables. It was the only way to ensure survival. This journey, however, would be far longer and far stranger than anyone would have ever otherwise anticipated. The Irishman in Tirnanog. Oh, it's like I can move it around. That's a little bit scary. There's a dull ache in my belly, a hollow pang that's been nagging at me to eat the wee morsel Mam gave me this morning. One small potato.
Prata Biogawan.
Prata Biagawan. A lot of big words in one sitting. They're not big per se, it's just learning how to pronounce them. Prata Biagawan. I ignore it again, but not without effort. My last proper meal had to have been last night's supper, but I know I can get by on a rumbling stomach a little while longer still. There'll be time to eat when my errand's over and done with, and that should be soon. I hope. It's been a long and tiresome day's ride, but I'm determined to reach Galway before the sun hangs high. There's no sense in wasting what little money I have on lodgings if I can go about my business right as the shops open and be on my way by midday. Looking ahead of time. Mafashta. Okay. But traveling the road at night's a dangerous business, Mafashta. Let alone with all those treasures in your saddlebag. You ought to pace yourself. Lots of desperate folk out there, especially now. Aye, but I'm just as likely to be robbed in the common lodgings as I am on the road, I told my da, I think, firm and final. Though if I'm honest, I'm not too sure how well these old things will sell. None of it is terribly fancy by city standards. I was right. Mamo? Mamo, okay. Mamo's doilies, our Sunday clothes, a bit of jewelry Mam's worn ever since her wedding day. Yuno and stream developing an accent. I mean, there'd be worse accents to develop. I think it'd be kind of funny if I managed to have, like, the full accent by the time I'm done with this. It's not exactly the kind of thing to buy when times are tough, and from what I've heard, the disease on our crops hasn't just affected us. It's all over, this is. I shake my head. There's bound to be some wealthy folk willing to take these trinkets off our hands, even if not for much. If nothing else, it should get that bastard of a landlord off our backs for a while. The roads have been quiet. It's almost unsettling for this time of year. Of course, it's no surprise that I haven't seen other travelers these past couple of hours, but even earlier today, only a few folks crossed my path. Families, mostly. All bundled up and carrying what scarce few belongings their backs could manage, all slowly headed in the same direction as I. Now it's just me. Me and a dark thicket to my right and the river to my left. I gulp and eye the woods from time to time. A wall of trees line the roadside, swallowing up any light to be found on this moonless night. It makes me nervous, so I keep to the left as much as I can, and spur my horse to quicken her pace. Whoa, steady now. Darby, my family's workhorse, slows to a restless halt in the middle of the road. I sigh, continuing to prod her, but she refuses to move 1 inch farther. I ought to sell you off, you stubborn old... I'm getting close. Just over yonder, I can see the beginning of the city's silhouette on the horizon, but it'll take me a few more hours to get there still. All right, I suppose we can rest for a short while. A very short while, you hear? Affirmative in horse. Thanks. I dismount and lead Darby off the road and down to the riverside for a drink. As she wades into the water, I linger back on the shore and stretch my aching limbs, not willing to get my feet wet to keep a hold of the reins. My shoulders tense as I spin around to look down both ends of the road, searching for the source of the whistle I just heard. Eh? Is someone out there? No one answers me, nor do I see anyone in the darkness. I clench my jaw, peering back over my shoulder at Darby. She seems entirely undisturbed, yet too far for me to grab in a hurry. Well, not that she would go anywhere in a hurry either. I sigh and rub the bridge of my nose. Her ears are better than mine. It might have been nothing. I lift my hand from my face and glare right across from me into the trees. I didn't see anything move, but I heard something. I'm certain of it. I'm getting out of here. Slowly, I back away from the road. I don't know what manner of creature or person a sound like that could have come from. But at this time of night, without some proper means of defending myself, I don't intend to find out. I whistle at Darby to come, and unsurprisingly, she doesn't move. Grimacing, I resign myself to riding the rest of the way to Galway with wet feet and wade into the water. Darby is none too pleased when I swing myself up onto her again, but after some gentle coaxes with my heel, she begrudgingly trudges back onto the land. There we go. Now, if you're quick about it, maybe there's a sugar cube in it for you when we reach the city, Darby huffs, but I see her ears perk up ever so slightly at the mention of sugar. With a chuckle, I steer her back onto the road and sound for her to pick up her pace. I glance over my shoulder a moment and squint, searching for the source of the voice I just heard. As I look, though, nothing appears to be there. Okay, wait, hold on. Do I have the voices on? The voices.
Self-voicing enabled.
Oh, ew.
Self-voicing disabled.
That's just a frickin'... Okay, okay. I understand. I'm guessing that's so that you can just hear the narration. I don't need the narration to be done. I just want to hear the voice acting. Yeah, not the text-to-speech. Okay. With some hesitance, I turn back to the road in front of me. Whoa. Jump scare. Something just went phew. A dark blur sprints out from the woods, too quick for me to react. Darby reels back on her hind legs in a fright, and though I cling as hard as I can to her, I fall off hard into the dirt. It takes a good minute for me to reorient myself as my ears ring loud and long inside my head. But soon enough, my eyes begin to focus again. When I look up, I meet the cool stare of some hooded person standing over me in the dark, with one foot hoisted into the stirrups of Darby's saddle. Huh? Not fool, that's fricked up. Amadon?
Amadon.
Yeah. Amadon. I scramble to my feet as quick as I'm able, but it does me little good. The thief is too fast in the saddle, and before I quite know it, Darby and my saddlebag are disappearing off into the woods. I'm baffled. I don't know if the thief intended to go off-road, or if poor, panicked Darby forced the thief's hand, but I don't have time to question it. Stealing my resolve, I run into the woods and chase after the thief on foot. My chances of catching up are slim, but I have to try. I have to! The journey back is far too long to be sensible without a ride, let alone without money, without food. Even if I pressed on and made it home regardless, what would I say to my family when I arrive? I've lost our money, our valuables, even our horse. We'd be... Jaw clenched, I run as fast as my legs will take me, bolting through the trees, barely able to see more than 10 feet ahead of me, and with only a path of snapped branches to guide my way. Luckily for me, the thief seems to be riding straight through the woods. Had they instead decided to veer in another direction, I'm sure I'd lose them for good. It is odd, though. I can't imagine why the thief would choose to push further in. Would it not make more sense to simply keep on to Galway, where all those things would sell? After a while, I lose track of how long I've been running. All I know is I need to keep moving no matter how tired I am, or how my gut turns and growls. Fortunately, just as soon as I begin to fear that I'll never see the end of these woods, the trees begin to thin out. Into a glade. I pause for a moment to catch my breath, but the strangeness of this place does not escape me. At first glance, I think that I must have gotten turned around and returned to the riverside, but the longer I look, I can see that this body of water is not a river at all. It's a small lake, surrounded on all sides by tall, jagged stones. I move closer on impulse and feel heat from the water, rising up on the pillars of steam. The surface also bubbles like a simmering stew, and if my eyes aren't deceiving me, the water looks... red. What the devil? Cadeon Dival?
Cadeon Devil.
Cadeon Devil. Okay.
Cadeon Devil.
Cadeon Devil. Okay. Cadeon Devil? What's all this? But of course I'm talking to the air. No one else is here. No one else is... here. Shite. My heart pounds as I spin around and search the ground for Darby's tracks. I can't afford to get distracted like this. The longer I linger here, the farther the thief gets. Thankfully, it doesn't take me long to find a fresh pair of muddy prints. They came out of the trees and near the same spot I did, then halt abruptly, slowing to circle into a different direction. With haste, I go to follow this new trail, expecting it to wind back to the woods. But it doesn't. I stare down, beyond perplexed, as Darby's hooves stop short by the lake's edge. For a moment, I consider the possibility that the thief purposefully waded into the lake to throw me off. But the longer I look into the water, I realize it's too deep. There's no gradual decline. It's a steep drop. Dark, murky, and without end. If the thief did steer Darby into the water, they would have... Deep breath. Splash. Oh boy, I love learning words. Lockbell Dragon.
Lockbell Dragon.
Lockbell Dragon. Okay. Lockbell Dragon is one of the many yet few waypoints between Tirnanog and Innisfil. Inishfal.
Inishfal.
I'm learning. Tirnanog and Inishfal, hidden away and forgotten by most. It stands unique for its relative ease of access and longevity. Yet similar to other waypoints of its kind, the threshold remains closed as to prevent accidental wayward travelers. Unless, of course, it has been deliberately opened. Thumbs up. Are you judging my pronunciation of the words? Probably. The Knights of Tirnanog. Indeed. The Green Knight. Splash. After flailing in the water for God knows how long, I finally find the surface again and drag myself onto the lake shore. It takes several ragged breaths before my vision clears. Did that cheeky bastard try to drown me? I look around to see if I can work out which direction the thief went, but nothing looks familiar. No, it's more than that. This isn't the same lake I fell into, nor even the same grove. The ruddy water is now bright and clear and adorned with lily pads. The familiar oak and ash trees are gone, replaced with mossy, gnarled willows and yews. The roots run so deep that they cascade into the lake, and everywhere I step is bursting with wildflowers. The forest is so overgrown that the treetops almost block out the sunlight that suddenly sprung up over the horizon. But despite the abundant shade, I'm perfectly warm. There's a slight breeze, but it's as soft as a kiss, spring-like. And awfully unusual for September. Hey, I'm playing the game in September. What is this? Glancing back at the lake, the water is still, without a trace of my unexpected swim. Christ almighty, am I dead? Do you remember, guys? Stop. The 28th day of September. I pinch my arm and wince. I can still feel, but what if that's just my mind playing tricks on me? Maybe I hit my head in the lake and I feel a wave of panic wash over me as I think of my family, waiting anxiously at home. They never wanted me to come here. They told me it was too dangerous. What have I gotten myself into? Robbed and drowned by the roadside. Mom, I'm so sorry. The sound of an approaching horse snaps me out of my thoughts. My heart skips a beat for half a moment, daring to think it might be Darby, but then...
Who's out there? In the name of the Queen, I order you to show yourself.
Voice acting! I'm free! Let me turn it up a little. The pipes are calling. Don't say that. Sasanak?
Sassanach.
Sasanak. Okay. I scowl a bit. What's a damn Sasanak doing out this way? Oh my god. Kaifi gur ifranesha.
Kaifi gur ifranesha.
Kaifi gur ifranesha. Ranesha.
Kaifi gur ifranesha.
This is so hard. Kaifi gur ifranesha. Moving as silently as possible, I shield myself behind a thick yew and watch for glimpses of the stranger, or their horse. Up ahead, beyond the twisting limbs of this forest, I see traces of a dirt road. Darting between the trees, I advance closer, angling for a better vantage point. As I reach the tree line, I pause. The strangers come into view, like I'd hoped, and now I can start making out some details. A pink sash peeks out from the foliage, which appears to be draped across some kind of cloth armor. I squint. Is that a spear? What's the military doing roaming around with spears? They're quite short for a soldier, too. This is just getting odd. I slump against a tree. My wet clothes feel heavy, and my back is beginning to ache with tension. I can tell this stranger isn't my thief. They don't look much like British military, either. Maybe they could help me sort some things? They probably at least know where we are. Hide and watch. My eyes linger for a moment on the spear they're carrying. The spearhead glints in the sunlight. Maybe I should find someone else to help me. Maybe I'm dead, maybe I'm not. Either way, they seem like more trouble than it's worth. Unfortunately, though, I hesitate just a little too long.
You!
Dia Arsaval.
Dia Arsaval.
Dia Arsaval. Okay, it's a bit more drawn out. Dia Arsaval. Is the blue bar the game or your dono goal? Blue bar? Oh. Well, it's purple, first of all. Second of all, yes, it's a dono goal. It becomes more purple as it's completed. Throwing myself behind a tree further in, I pray that they didn't see where I went. All the shouting makes me think otherwise, though. I can hear their footsteps getting closer as they continue to call out to me. No use in you hiding. Come out and we can do this the easy way. My stomach lurches as they get closer to my tree. If I could just peek around to see where they are. We've all been searching for you, and you've made a right mess of things. I pause mid-peek. Me? Why me? As they approach the tree, I try to time my footsteps with theirs and tiptoe around the trunk of the yew. Tilting my head around the thick trunk, I look for the stranger. I can't see them and they've stopped talking. Where do they go? Ahem. The sound comes from directly behind me. Flipping around wildly, I lash out reflexively to slap them. They catch my arm and grip it so tight that I'm sure it'll bruise. Now that we're face to face, I can see they are the oddest looking person I've ever met. Their tousled hair is a greenish-brown color, and strangely pointed ears peek out from underneath it. They don't even look entirely human, more like the creatures I heard about when I was just a ween. My gut sinks as the realization sets in. I'm not dead, but might as well be. Is she?
Ace, she.
Is she? I just tried to smack one of the she. Still gripping my wrist, they speak in a quiet voice through gritted teeth.
Do you have any idea what you've done?
Before I can respond, they start dragging me back to their horse. Wait! Please, wait! I didn't mean any offense. They don't even hear me over their own voice, which hasn't stopped berating me with questions all too fast for me to answer.
Where have you been? Do you have any clue how how worried I was? What have you been eating? What are you doing here? Why are you all wet? Why do you look like you're starving?
The voices are so quiet in comparison to everything else. It's kind of awful. It's not an Oompa Loompa. Can you try to be respectful? The Fae do not like being disrespected. Mother? I don't think so. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if I can get the volume to be better for the voices. After binding my wrists with some rope they had, they easily lift me onto the horse. Manam, I think.
Manum.
Manum. JK. Manum, they are stronger than they look. But what's all this about where I've been? I just got here. I look down at them pleadingly and take note of a small swan emblem on their sash. Wait, hold on now. You've got to listen to me. Whoever you think I am, you have the wrong person. Unfortunately, my words fall on deaf ears. To be honest though, the more they shout at me, the less angry they sound. If anything, they're acting more like a concerned parent. Sighing heavily, I slump into the saddle, now acutely aware that I'm being kidnapped by a fairy. At least I get a break from walking now. Ahashka?
Ahashka.
Yeah, I did it! I did it! I guessed right! I did it! I'm learning! I'm learning! Come home safely, Ahashka. Stick to the road and don't go astray. There's more than robbers out there to be mindful of. Man, I'm not a child. You don't have to go on about those tales. Of course, dear. Just remember, don't give anyone your name. Mind your manners. And don't eat anything you're offered. After some time, the fairy and I arrive at an ancient-looking stone structure. The area is still and quiet. We're obviously the only ones here. Save the wildlife, I suppose. Foliage blossoms all around us, filling the air with the sweet scent of wildflowers. The fairy silently helps me off the horse. They stopped yelling a while ago, so we were forced to travel in sullen silence. As they lead their mare to the stables, I awkwardly fiddle at the rope around my wrists, but it's no use. It's too damn tight to wriggle out of. I take in my surroundings and spot a flourishing fruit and vegetable garden off to the side. Huge strawberries rise out of the garden bed and spill over onto the path. My mouth waters at the sight. Entranced by bulbous ruby-red berries, I almost don't register my captor returning to my side. Peas should be ready soon, too. You grew all of this? Of course. Who else would? They give me a puzzled look. I just meant you aren't having any trouble with the land? I look at the garden. The pea pods are plump and near ripe, and a hint of wildness is present in a chaotic tangle of stems, leaves, and produce. My thoughts turn back to our struggling farm, and the people waiting for me to return. My stomach churns, and the encroaching hunger from the smell of strawberries turns into nausea. I suppose whatever this place is, the blight hasn't come to it.
Trouble? Why would I have trouble? Honestly, what has gotten into you, Daona?
Daona. Not you, that's for certain. Strangely, the name means human. Daona? No, I am... I falter, remembering my mother's warning. At the time, I brushed it off, but now I might need to think twice. Not them. Who else would you be? Wait, answer that when I have some parchment. Without giving me time to respond, they lead me into the structure. The bottom floor is surprisingly cozy, especially given the formidable exterior. Someone has gone to great lengths to make it feel like a home. The hearth is warm and comforting. Potted plants and handmade dolls are scattered about, and there's a faint smell of baked bread lingering in the air. They guide me over to a small two-person table. I'll be back in a moment. As I wait at the table with not much else to do, I let my eyes wander over the decor. The tatting of the lace on this doily is done so well. I wonder if the fairy made all of these things. The dolls, the doilies, the knitted blanket on the back of that armchair. I nervously eye the comparatively crude monstrosity propped up in the corner, which I assume is some kind of training dummy by the arrows in its torso. The words Traitor King are scrawled across a sign slung over its neck. No doubt a testament of the dummy king's villainy. Suppose some things never change, no matter where you go. But what is it guarding? When the fairy doesn't come back immediately, I use the opportunity to rise and check. It's a holding cell. A remnant of this building's purpose, perhaps, before the fairy made it a home. Peeking through the bars, I scan what may be in my future. Death by allergies. There's just a lumpy-looking hay bed, a suspicious bucket, and a thick layer of dust that covers everything. Better that than a skeleton, I suppose. Sorry, quick water break. Okay. Looking around the room some more, I spot a desk in the far corner covered with scattered maps, notes, letters, and some wayward knitting materials. The maps have writing all over them, and the notes mention something about possible sightings that catches my eye. Investigate. I move some other papers aside and look closer at one of the maps. Strangely, it looks a bit like Ireland at first, but the longer I stare, the less sense that makes. Drag to navigate, plus to zoom in, minus to zoom out. Oops. Where's the plus and the minus? Ah! No? Do I have to hit the actual plus and minus key? Oh. Yeah, so I do. Okay. Stupid goat. Ogum is read from bottom to top. Don't know what that means. Outpost. Ah! Ugh. Question mark. XX. Stupid goat. Really? I see. The continent or island is divided into 4 distinct regions.
Folius.
Folius? Phineas. I'm guessing. Yeah, Phineas. Marius? And Gorius. Yeah. Each name is then followed by a subheading, respectively the province of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I wonder what that means. Those are all the seasonal courts, my good girl. Amid the various landmarks and city-like dwellings are symbols I've never seen before. The strange intersecting lines might be some kind of language, but I can't say for sure. As I keep looking, I notice some notes and scribbles jutting across the map in certain places. I know I just checked this, but Folius. Okay. There's a little There's a little building in Folius that looks a bit like this place, labeled Outpost. Is that what it is? An outpost? Can't have a Scottish without ugh. Well, this isn't Scottish. It's Irish. Specifically, it's Gaelic. Finally, I take a look at the top of the map. There I see the presumed name for this strange land. Tirnanog? Land of the Young? I've only heard that name in stories. Could it be true? Have I followed in the footsteps of... Oshin. Oshin, okay. I decide to distract myself from this revelation by moving on to one of the letters that's already unfolded. There's a broken wax seal on the paper's edge depicting a swan, like the fairy's pin. To the Honorable Shay Fairglass.
Shay Fairglass.
I read it right! Whoa, Fairglass! I truly am learning. I mumble the words aloud. Shay Fairglass. That must be the fairy's name. The word honorable also clarifies some things. Seems I was right about them being a soldier, just not for any army I know. Suddenly I hear the sound of something being dropped on the table behind me. Caught red-handed. Lord, they're a light foot. I try to turn around as casually as possible, as though I wasn't just prying through their personal affairs. Shay keeps looking between me and the desk, and I brace myself for a new round of lecturing. Instead, they begin talking rapidly.
Look, I know you don't believe me, but I really do think I'm onto something.
I really do tink. I'm close, I can feel it. Look. They run over to the map and begin pointing to areas and talking about things I don't understand. Duntalan? Oh, Duntalan. Okay. Duntalan Mound Fortress, which is in Marius, right? Right. And which princess is this again? Shay immediately looks at me like I have two heads.
What do you mean, which princess? The one I've been looking for the last 150 years. The missing heir to King Henri's throne.
Attacked by the Unseelie, disappeared without a trace. The missing heir to King Henri's throne. Ringing any bells? I feel the blood drain from my face. 150 years? Just how old are they? Long living aside, though, that's an awfully long time to look for someone. Wonder if all this princess talk has something to do with that battered dummy in the corner. Not that I'm terribly inclined to ask. Anyways, it wasn't always Unseelie territory. Despite the attack, we held that spot of Marius right till the end. It only went to the traders after the treaty, so I might have been wrong about her getting stuck over there, given the timing. So now I've got a different thought. The princess was closest to her druid more than anyone in the world besides me, and that lot chose not to interfere in the war. So what if she's with them? Hiding away in one of their sanctuary temple things. Oh my god, I keep getting thrown off whenever I do this and it, like, lets me pan around. Like, it's cool, but I'm also just like, please, this sucks. When we escaped, I told her to go somewhere the Unseelie can't go. Maybe she thought that meant somewhere not part of the war? Or maybe she didn't choose at all. She could be as much as prisoner there for all anyone knows. Since the druids refused to stand with us when we needed it most, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that they've kept the true heir tucked away for a rainy day. Hope that's not the case, but I don't know. Some of that lot feel as two-faced as the traitors. No offense. Getting distracted mid-convo RP. I'm just like, oh, there's a bunny on that shelf that I'd only see if I looked with my mouse? Interesting. Anyway.
When you get done in Tever, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your time training there.
Tever? I would never have guessed that the M is read as a V. What the helly?
Tever.
A large city in Folius and the capital of the Seelie Court. Prior to the War of the Courts, it was the capital of all Tirnanog. Tever? That... Where's the V? Crazy. I glance back at the map. There's a Tever in Folius. I was right. I really am in Tirnanog. A freshly war-torn Tirnanog, if I'm keeping up with everything Shay's just said. I waver on unsteady legs for a moment. Shay stares at me suspiciously and clears their throat before continuing.
Of course, I wouldn't ask you to tell me any secrets. And I know you have to tend to the townspeople too, so it'd only be during one of your usual visits.
Assuming the queen lets you after all this, I mean. I know she doesn't like me poking around about it. Hey. I'm sorry about earlier. I've just been worried sick, you know? But I shouldn't have been so rough with you. Thank you. Does this mean you'll untie this rope? Not a chance. Now come on over to the table. Well, at least we seem to be on better terms now. Maybe I can get them to listen to me. I finally see what they dropped on the table when they came in. They brought me a plate of bread and honey with a glass of milk. Go on. You eat while I interrogate you. I don't quite like the sound of that. What kind of interrogation is this? I stare at the food. My mouth salivates pleadingly. Ugh. My stomach may be all for it, but every other part of me is warning me not to. If I ever intend on getting home, that is. I swallow down the hunger. I'm not hungry. Gorama Agut?
Guramahagut.
Goramagut. One more time?
Guramahagut.
Goramagut. Okay, sure. My gut groans in protest. Traitor. It's getting a sign too. You sure about that? Aye, positive. Shay stares at me, frustration plain on their face, but they don't press the issue and sit opposite me. They take out a scroll and begin scrawling quickly, mumbling to themselves. Finally, they look up at me.
So, what were you doing by the loch?
Their quill pauses as they wait for my answer. I am a woman of my virtues. I will usually try to tell the truth. At last, I can explain. I take a deep breath before launching into my story. I was on my way to Galway.
Galway? What's a Galway?
Oh, I suppose they don't know where that is. It's a place on the other side of the loch? Inishfal.
Inishfal.
You went to Inishfal? Ireland. I didn't go there, I'm from there, like I keep trying to tell you. Well, of course you are originally, but you know you're not allowed to open the waypoint without permission.
Deona, that's dangerous stuff to mess with.
There has to be some way I can convince you. I was just minding my business when a thief stole my horse and pushed me into the lake. When I stumbled out again, it spat me up here instead of there. I'm not Deona. It's just a mistake. Shay hesitates as they decide if they believe me. They go and pull a small bronze hand mirror out of their desk before handing it to me. It's just me staring back. I half expected a different face to be looking into the mirror. Still looks like you to me. How is this possible? Who is Deona? Maybe I should be asking who I am at this rate. You look like Deona, and I sure didn't see a horse thief on my way to the loch. Besides, how's someone like that supposed to open up a waypoint? That sort of thing's far beyond the skill of a single person.
You realize how absurd this story sounds, right?
No. Likely more than you do. Honestly, Deona, I don't know what to make of you now. You disappeared for months without a word, working up everyone from me to the court about where you've toddled off to. You know some folks thought you were killed, right? Or worse, defected. Bet if I hadn't been coming down for my rounds, you wouldn't have even thought to come by the outpost and let me know you weren't dead. Now you're spinning all these tall tales. Please, I'm not. Help me find the thief and I'll show you. Shay frowns, and instead of answering me, grabs my forearm. This again? You have a bruise from where I grabbed you earlier. I can't see what they're doing, but they begin rubbing the blossoming bruise and humming softly. Can you please give me my arm back? Reddening, they drop my arm and rush off to their desk. I look down and the bruise is gone. How did they do that? Glancing at Shay, I see they're busying themselves at their desk. I take a longing glance over at the food and see a piece of bread is missing. Wait a second, where did it go? Am I finally losing it? While I try to figure that out, I hear Shay nailing one of the notes they just wrote on the exterior door of the outpost. This prompts me to turn back to Shay, who then leans out a window to make a strange call. I gasp as a strange being with dragonfly-like wings flutters in and takes the note. I'll meet you at the palace. They whisper the promise to the creature and give it an affectionate head scratch. Then it bounds back out of the window. They pause in front of me awkwardly.
You know that if you'd just tell me what you've been trying to do, I'd help you. You're basically family, Zeona. But if you don't tell me anything, then I can't.
Carrier dragonfly? True. Also very cute. Then help me catch the person who started this mess. We've got to talk to the queen first. Are you sure you won't eat? Again, I appreciate it, but no. With a final sigh, they gather their things and lead me out the door. I guess it's time to meet the Queen of the Fairies. Oh lord, what have I gotten myself into? Yippee! I think there's 8 chapters in this, like, beginning route thing. This common route. The setup of the premise. We are just hitting chapter 3. We're making okay time. We're about an hour into the stream. We can probably finish this. I don't know if we will be able to start a route, however. It depends. It depends on how long the rest of these sections are, because they could be varying in length. I could easily say, oh, we could probably get through this in a stream, but then we could be like 4 hours in and we're only just getting to like chapter 7, you know what I mean? I don't have a real sense of length, so it's just like, sure, maybe. Let me take a little water break since we're at a chapter pause, though. 12 hours later? God, I hope not. I have too much to do. I have too many other games I have to cover. I don't have time. Would be funny, though. Okay. The Master of Secrets. I have to read this again, Tever. The ride to Tever is quiet. Shay keeps glancing warily at me, like they want to ask me more questions, but change their mind every time. I suppose I'm not sure what to say either, since nothing I tell them makes a difference. If only I had anything for my saddlebag. As we approach the city, we ride through the farmlands on the outskirts. The fields are all flourishing and ready to harvest, even though it feels like a beautiful spring day. Hello! Hanaki, welcome in! We finally make it to the city gates, an imposing wall at the base of an enormous hill. Perched on top of the hill is the palace, where I can only assume I'm being taken. My panic begins to rise as we get closer. Lefnir, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Do not 12-hour stream, Pog. We're not... It is not going to be 12 hours. No. If I don't find a way out of this, I may never get home. And who knows what else this Deona I'm supposed to be has done. If Shay is this angry, imagine what the Queen might be thinking. 11. Also, no. We're going to aim for a cool 3 or 4. Hopefully. Maybe 5. But that's only at, like, our most extreme. Okay? At least if I run, I might have a better chance of getting home. Shay takes this very moment to pull me closer to them.
Now we are gonna head straight to the palace. No stalling. Stay close. A lot of people have missed having you around to tend to them, and I don't want you getting dragged off.
If we stop for everyone who needs it, we'll never get there. And whatever you do, don't bring up that talk about Inishfall. I expect the queen won't take too kindly to hearing the court druids trying to flee the country. The court what now? That sounds important. Shay doesn't say anything more on it, though, and leads their horse over to the stables before we enter the city. Kara's not a fan of the city. Too crowded. I nod sympathetically, not being much of a fan myself. Poor horse. Darby isn't nervous around people. The old girl doesn't seem to even pay attention most of the time. Alright there, Shay. Been a while since you've been up. Just escorting the druid back, then I'm back to the post. It takes all my willpower not to snort at the idea of being escorted like this. Inside the walls, the city is bustling with activity. The people here, like Shay, are all mostly human-looking, save for the pointed ears and a few strange, otherworldly hair colors. A giant canal runs along the main thoroughfare, and the stores and homes are all inside gorgeous marble buildings. The blooming flowers that litter every corner and crevice fill the air with their pleasant aromas. Escort. Escort. Thinks he can escort me. Madame, I don't know what I expected, but it was nothing like this. I craned my head as we walked to see as much as possible. Down the alleyways, I get glimpses of shabby row houses and dimly lit stores. Shay and I walk side by side, and they have a firm grip on my bindings. At first, I'm annoyed by the short leash until an elderly woman suddenly grabs my arm, her bony grip locked around it. Dayona, dear. I was so worried when I heard. I thought to myself, now who's gonna make we Kieran. Okay, Kieran?
Kieran.
Yeah. Who's gonna make we Kieran's medicine? I feel a bit bewildered getting picked out from the crowd. Seems Shay isn't the only one who thinks I'm Dayona. As I prepare to respond, Shay quickly cuts me off. Not just now, Mr. Power. I promised to get Dayona back to you, but first we've got to see the Queen. Of course, of course. You come around too sometime, Shay. She leaves without a fuss, and it isn't until she is out of our sight that we continue on. I feel my stomach churn as we walk. While no one else approaches Shay and I feel an abundance of eyes on me. Just how well known is Dayona? Are they some kind of doctor? No, you're a druid, they literally said. No, silly. I don't like this. How am I gonna get out of here if the whole damn city knows my face? We come out to a busy crossroads, filled with all sorts of food and bauble vendors. Amid the carts passing by, the large crowds and the many alleyways, this could be the perfect moment for my escape. I feel like Shay would just use the rope. Be like, why are you leaving, idiot? I don't think it's gonna be that easy to run. I guess we'll hold out for a bit. I only get one chance. I've got to make it count. We continue down the main thoroughfare, where I peek into shop windows and... oh, oops. Where I peek into shop windows and open doors to see the assortment of foods, trinkets, and fabrics offered. One weaver in particular is showing off what looks like silk that shifts from silver to a rich purple color in the light. A small crowd of admirers clap and gasp on cue. A bauble vendor is calling out to pedestrians to lure them over to her shop. Some of her trinkets are shaped like creatures I've never seen before. A couple remind me of the one I saw Shay talk to. Some of them sparkle with what looks like real gems. I guess I wouldn't be able to tell if they were fake, but I get the feeling I'm not wrong. Sorry, I was looking for something really quick. Where did I put my phone? Obviously not the one I'm using for tracking. I mean my actual phone. I don't know where it is. Hold on, I want to see if I can go find it real quick. I'm not putting up the BRB because I'm not going to be gone long. I just have to find it. It wasn't in the kitchen. Oh, there it is. Ugh. It was on my bed. That's weird. I don't remember putting it there. Phone was running. Yeah, I had to go catch it. You know how it is. I do not remember leaving it on my bed. But I guess I must have when I got up from my nap earlier. I keep it by me in case I have to check for certain things. Like in case an important message comes in or something. I believe we're all good right now, though. Or a 2.0 update. If it's a 2.0 update, it would be on my Discord, which I can check on my PC. Any one of these could probably sell for 10 times what I had in my saddlebag. The well-to-do looking customers don't seem too impressed, though. Everything here is so fancy. I bet it wouldn't be so bad living in the city. I speak without thinking, temporarily forgetting I'm supposed to know what here is like. Shay gives me a confused look that I'm quickly growing familiar with. The look that says Dayona wouldn't think the same. I guess if you don't look too hard. I mean, you know how it is, They stop mid-sentence as though remembering my story. Maybe they're finally starting to believe me. Whatever they're thinking, they quickly shake the thought out of their head.
Anyway, you know how it is. Put the nice stuff up front so no one sees what's happening in the back.
Of course, you know this lot don't care much anyway. Could be worse, I guess. Most people are doing alright now that the Queen lets you come down here and help. People like that. I wonder what Dayona does for the city. If the Queen is letting her important druid come down to help, it must be pretty necessary. Even so, fairy problems are the least of my concerns. Right now, I'm just trying to deal with my human problems. Speaking of which, we're approaching a busy intersection soon. This might be the chance I need. We step into the street just in time for a carriage to come barreling towards us. I plant my feet into the dirt and defiantly refuse to budge, forcing Shay to either let go of the rope or be run over. I feel them release the rope with seconds to spare. We both stumble backwards as the carriage driver shouts obscenities at us. The traffic continues to flow, pushing Shay and I further apart.
Oi! You stay right there!
Nah. I can barely see them in the crowd now, and I use the opening to flee into the first alley I see. Sorry, Shay, but I can't afford to get dragged into more fairy business. I'm in way over my head as it is. Nah. What if I don't? As I run, tall market buildings begin to obscure the light in the alley, shrouding it in a bit of darkness. Hidden in the shadows, I eventually stop and lean against the cool stone walls and fiddle with the rope bindings. It's no use. The knot is secure, and the rope is tight against my wrists. I skulk further down the alley in search of anything sharp. The alley gives way to another area of town where shabby storefronts have beggars and street food carts instead of the comparatively posh vendors I just left. I really don't need to be walking around like this. While doing my best to keep myself inconspicuous, I search the ground for anything of use. A shattered bottle by the doorway of a boisterous bar catches my eye. I dart over and snatch up my prize. Shielding myself from the bar window, I try to saw at the rope with the glass shard. But it's difficult. Even when I manage to twist the glass at an effective angle, my fingers will slip or my wrist will cramp up. Damn, Shay sure knows how to tie a knot. What's that butterfly doing? I heave a sigh and drop my head back against the wall, giving my poor hands a rest. Just as I do, I spot a small fluttering light overhead. I squint my eyes as the light draws closer and hovers by my still-bound wrists. I peer down at it and gasp softly. It's not a light at all, but a strange glowing moth. Don't suppose you can do anything about this? As though in answer, the moth quickly flies away. Of course. Fat load of help you are! Without much other choice in the matter, I get back at it. But thankfully, after a painful few minutes of struggle, I finally finish cutting the rope. As I'm soothing my aching wrists, the glowing moth returns. A little too late, aren't you? I'm talking to magical fairy moths now.
Well, well. Imagine that. The Sealy Court druid, missing for weeks, found loitering near a bar that serves known criminals. What will people say?
Hi. Who's this? Smile. I have a feeling my model probably had a noticeable dilation in my pupils because my eyes went wide when I heard that voice. I was like, hello? Oh, whoa? Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. Even just in silhouette. Yup. Brandishing the glass shard, I turn to face the speaker. A tall, slender man stands behind me, his face half obscured by shadow. The moth flutters near him, even though he pays it no attention. What does that say about you, then? I snap back at him, my voice stronger than I expected. The man steps into the light. He leans towards me until we are face to face. Begorra, he is the prettiest person I've ever seen. His golden eyes hone in on me and he gives me a vulpine smile.
Why, it says I'm doing my job, of course.
I love good voices, man. Oh, I love good voices so much. Yes, sir. And what job is that? My voice is beginning to waver under his cold gaze.
Finding you. Now come, let your dear friend Keegan take you back where you belong.
Keegan, Master of Secrets. Makes sense. Hit the ear just right. Yes, sir. Oh, so good. I'm a simple girl. You have a nice voice. My ears will be happy. His smile is even more unsettling. Is everyone in the other world after Deona? Escaping is getting more complicated by the second. Damn it. I really have no choice after all. I dejectedly walk alongside him as we venture through the alleys.
It's very convenient that I ran into you here. I was just meeting with an associate regarding your whereabouts. It was quite useless, evidently.
Your associate? One of them, yes. I would be a poor Master of Secrets without a variety of contacts. Master of Secrets? Is that some kind of fancy word for spy? I guess that makes sense. It would explain why he was in a place like this. I should probably be extra careful around him. Just my luck I'd run into him while everyone thinks I'm some important druid person. Maybe I can play the part long enough to get out of here. Or a shadow broker. Yeah, he sells you shadows. Rather than heading directly for the palace, Keegan instead leads me into a fancy-looking boutique. I've never been in such a shop before, but Keegan glides through it with clear familiarity. The two shopkeepers whisper frantically between themselves when they catch sight of us. As Keegan approaches the counter, their whispers turn into delighted grins and greetings. Oh, Master Keegan, back so soon? Or is this a visit of pleasure? The Master Secrets just goes around whispering gossip into people's ears. He could whisper the phone book into my ear and I'd be happy.
My lady, as much as I value my time here, this visit is not for me.
Is for me? Are you gonna buy me a dress like what happened in Spellcandle? Tucks my hair behind my ear? Keegan attentively takes her hand and briefly kisses her knuckles. The young woman flushes pink before shooting me a look of contempt. Yes, about my guest here. I'm bringing our flighty druid friend back to the palace, but... All three of them stare at me, and I nervously rub my dirty hands on my clothes. I've never really put much thought into my looks, besides from the times I've needed to mend a thing or two. Standing in front of their judgmental eyes, though, my meager clothing seems more shabby than before. You can see the problem. I simply cannot present the druid in this state. The queen would be devastated. Master Keegan, how considerate! The queen is truly blessed to have such a man in her court. Now, good sir. The pleasure is mine. I can't tell if Keegan is being sincere or not, but the couple behind the counter don't seem to care either way. They rush to bring me an assortment of outfits, all while fawning over him. Suppose he's pretty popular. The couple never speak to me directly. Instead, they talk to Keegan about me. I do notice that they seem to keep shooting nervous glances at the glowing moth that curiously bobs near him at all times. They don't seem to like your moth very much. I'm not sure what possesses me to speak up. Likely the fact the shopkeepers keep ignoring me. The lady shopkeeper shoots me an ugly look before turning to her fabrics. If Keegan sees it, he says nothing. Ace-she. Ace-she. I have to remember how to say it. The Ace-she usually aren't allowed inside. This couple is kind enough to make an exception for my will-o-wisp. I stare dumbfounded at the fluttering moth. I grew up hearing stories about the wisps, but to see one this close... It's different than I imagined. Cuter, I suppose? Hey, it's a will-o-wisp! It's you guys! That's what Damadachi are loosely based off of. It's just the Japanese version. It's you guys, but Forma de Butterfly. Secret gathering familiar? That's true. That's probably why they're so wary of it. It knows that anything they talk about is being listened to by this little guy. Yippee! There I am, Gary! There I am! Yeah, you're the butterfly that keeps flying around and gets hidden by the text box. Congratulations. Dat Harm Strider, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. For a moment, I pause. Wait, but aren't you all Ace-she? What's the difference? As soon as I say that, the couple both stare at me, horrified. Keegan actually looks caught off guard.
You've returned much more vulgar than before. Intriguing, but unbecoming. What if I'd asked the difference between you and a horse? It amounts to the same thing. As you well know, they were already here when we, the two a day, were driven to Tirnanog. It's a foul human conflation to assume we're the same.
Two a day. Alright, tribe of the goddess Danu. Right. Two a day. Huh. So they're not fairies then. Or at least a different sort. Enough so that the conflation would cause offense. My first time in a fancy shop and I insult the owners. I'm not sure if Keegan cares about what I say, but I get the feeling the wisp means more to him than he lets on, else he wouldn't keep it so close. What do you think, Master Keegan? The mauve kaftan or the emerald gown? Keegan seriously considers each option before grabbing them both and walking over to me. He holds out the outfits for me to consider. Well, let's let the wearer choose, shall we? The fabrics are high-quality silks. I'll never earn enough in my lifetime to pay for these. I have to find a way out of this before I end up deeper in trouble.
Mahara, and in the plural,
Kharja.
Mohara, and in the plural,
Kharja.
Mohara. And then Harja if it's multiple people. Keegan trying to steal my name. Now, he put Key in front of it. He's no longer the same. O'Hara. Mon chéri, no! It's not French! Never fear, Mohara. This is simply a business expense. Of course I will foot the bill. That's exactly what I'm worried about. The words come out before I can stop myself. You seem to have also gained some sass on your unexpected vacation. You simply must tell me what you got up to. After you meet with the Queen, of course. For now, let's make you presentable. I flush at the reminder of my position and grab one of the outfits. Mauve. I know you guys want me to choose green because I'm still green woman, but mauve. I settle on the caftan, an ankle-length robe held together around the midsection with a sash. It seems rather like Keegan's, except his attire comes with trousers. I'm put in a saffron tunic instead, which hangs around the same length. The fabric of the caftan is the same color as Wild Carry, and golden thread forms an intricate knotted pattern along the trim. Despite the longer sleeves and multiple layers, the outfit feels feather light and airy. Once I'm finished changing, the shopkeepers gesture me over to a large silver mirror, so I can finally see myself in full. How do you feel? They are masters of their craft, no? I agree. They are. The clothes fit me as though they had been made for me, and not hastily grabbed from a pile. I run my fingers along the fine stitching and feel how impossibly light the fabric is. I can see why Keegan frequents this shop so often. As we approach the counter, the tailors are both watching me in triumph. They may be snooty, but they obviously take a lot of pride in their work. Missed opportunity for CG here. Well, since the MC is customizable aesthetically, even though there's only 3 options, I think they probably would have had a hard time accounting for all 3 possible MC variants in all of the outfits. Because there were 3 outfit options, too. That'd be a lot of extra art. But who knows? Maybe if there's like a more completed version that comes out sometime in the future, they'll include it. But I kind of doubt it.
I must say, you did not disappoint me. Once again, I'm in your debt.
Oh, you flatter us, Master Keegan. Your patronage is thanks enough. Of course, we also enjoy your more casual visits. As do I. For now, I fear I must return to the palace. I'll send payment along with what I owe for my personal order. Keegan continues to discuss the details in between their saccharine compliments. By the time we leave, they have invited him for tea no less than 3 times. Meanwhile, I still can't stop thinking about what it means that I accepted these clothes. Keegan says I won't have to pay, but the fairies, whatever kind he fancies himself to be, don't just give things away for free. We make it to the palace. For a moment I am struck by its opulence. Intricate canals and waterfalls decorate the grounds, and pink roses cover a significant portion of the land. We're greeted by a grandiose marble staircase and a large pink banner bearing the same swan and roses I saw back at Shay's outpost. The stone is carved into a mix of antiquity and long, sinuous lines that give the palace a beautifully unique appearance. Moss and roses grow along the ground and walls, and cover the elaborate fountains in green and pink so that there is a trace of wildness about the place. Very Greco-Roman, true. The palace feels old, too, but not in a bad way. More timeless than anything. If I wasn't terrified for my life, I'd love it. It's the most grand building I've ever seen. Keegan seems unfazed by the grandeur as he casually greets the guards and guides us through the gates, then over a bridge. Watch your step, Mokara. It's a long way down. I think I said it wrong again. O'Hara. Sorry. Mohara. It's a long way down. I raise my eyebrow and glimpse over the side of the bridge. When I do, I have to force myself not to make any sudden movements. I'd expected to see a lake or something down below us, but all those waterfalls are just flowing into some great big pit. I can't even see the bottom of it. Instinctively, I walk closer to Keegan until we put some bit of distance between us and the pit. As we enter the palace itself, servants and nobles line the halls we pass through, whispering behind their hands and staring at us. At me. A moat? No, it's just a pit. If it was a moat, it would be going all around the palace, but I think it's just like one centralized hole. The servants are watching with concern, their eyes flicking between me and my escort, Keegan. The nobles, on the other hand. Oh my, I think we're in for a show today. Didn't they run off to join the Unseelie? Vaguely seem like they're anticipating my demise. I squint as I note the word Unseelie. I've heard it before, I think. Shay mentioned something about it, didn't they? Despite the columned halls being open to the air, it feels claustrophobic as I realize I'm the center of attention. This is like some kind of nightmare. As we make the long journey down the hall, I can't help but think whatever the Queen has in store can't be worse than this.
Quite impolite, aren't they? Gawking so openly. You'd think they'd have better things to do.
Is he trying to make me feel better? I give him an anxious smile in return. Keegan blocks me from the crowd as he leans over to hold the door to the throne room. His expression never changes, but his voice drops so that only I hear him. Are you ready to go in? Not yet, I'm scared. I just need a moment to get myself together. Rather than mocking me as I expected, Keegan nods and takes a step away from me, then whispers something to the guard. Da think of me now. I shouldn't give in yet. The guard Keegan spoke to begins dispersing the crowd. Both nobles and servants grumble as they go back to their tasks. I take a deep breath and compose myself. Keegan returns to my side and I give him another anxious smile. With a nod from me, he opens the door. Head held high, I walk into the throne room. To my surprise, the Queen is nowhere to be seen. Instead, there are three very important-looking men talking amongst themselves. I guess they look important. Look at this guy with his hunchback. The sassy hip jut on this one. This one is normal, I guess. But, like, what's this man with the hunchback? He's just like, meh. All three of them turn to look at us as we walk in.
Sethor, Kethor, Tethor.
Sethor, Kethor, Tethor. The last High Kings of Inishval. Sethor, Kethor, Tethor. Got it. Ah, Sethor, Kethor, Tethor. Why, of course. I should have known you would be here awaiting Her Majesty. The men share a cautious look before approaching us. Well, well, well. If it isn't Keegan... Moster... Oh boy.
Keegan Moshtaruin.
Keegan Moshtaruin. Okay. Well, well, well. If it isn't Keegan. I'd wondered where Moshtaruin had slithered off to. The red-headed man chuckles at some joke only he understood. The other two men are appraising me, both looking at me as though I were something foul. Wonderful. I get all gussied up and the fops still turn their noses up at me. Isn't Dayona supposed to be one of them? Or do all wealthy folk just have a second sense for spotting the poor? Here's hoping they aren't too close to the Queen. I see you're returning the fledgling druid. Her Majesty will be most grateful, I'm sure. Oh yes, she does love her pets, doesn't she? Kethor's eyes remain on Keegan, and I wonder if he was included in that statement.
I only do as she asks of me. I'm sure Her Majesty will feel the same about you.
And what are you implying by that, Master of Secrets?
Her Majesty must be reliant on all to watch out for her best interests. After all, rulers these days are dropping like flies. No?
Thank you for the stretch. That felt good. Anyway, get their asses, Keegan. The courtiers share a furtive glance, but Keegan gives no indication if he saw it. Cathor's face rushes through several expressions before settling on indignation. However, we don't get a chance to hear his response. We get to meet the queen. The Rose Queen. She do be liking flowers. I'm going to run to the little Oni room really quick. I will be right back. I don't have BGM on this screen, so, it'll just be quiet for a little bit, but I must go to the little Oni room. I be drinking water. You guys jamming out to silence? It really do be like that sometimes, I guess. I am back. Hello, hello. Yes, I do arrive again. Okay, let's meet the Rose Queen. Before the sneering courtier can fumble in a final retort, a chorus of trumpets erupts through the throne room, ceasing all the chatter around us entirely. I spin around, following the collective gaze of the court until it settles on the back door, where an ostentatiously clad footman stands at attention. Presenting her illustrious royal majesty, as regal as the swan, a flower among women. Beautiful and benevolent, a paragon of grace and Ahem. Before the Everdawn dims, if you will. Okay. Aoife Elavon, I believe.
Aoife Elavon.
Yeah, okay. Aoife Elavon, Queen of the...
Tuatha Dé Danann.
Tuatha Dé Danann. Okay. Queen of the Tuatha Dé Danann and sovereign of the Sealy Court. Why are they describing Yuno? Flower among women. You sure she's a swan? She sounds as aggressive as a goose. It could just be that she was getting tired of being glazed. Question mark. The door practically bursts open from behind the footman, who scurries off to the side before he can be trampled by the ensuing procession. The scene is a spectacle to behold. Hordes of finely dressed folk all flutter around a lace-shrouded litter, and everyone else in its immediate path is either forced to disperse or join in the revelry. Some of the entourage play music, sing, or toss dried flowers out in front of it like rice at a wedding. Most, though, are crowding in and around the litter itself, all speaking up to the woman inside, their voices converging in an incomprehensible cacophony. I unthinkingly make a step towards the scene, feeling almost compelled to get a better look. But no matter how I strain my neck, I can barely see past all the other people in the litter's wake. Suddenly, I feel a hand on my shoulder.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. The Queen's entrance is stopped for none. She does have a knack for it, though, doesn't she?
Right. Yes. Keegan smiles at me and leads me out of the way of the litter, but I keep my eye firmly affixed to it even as it passes me by. I can't help myself. I've heard stories about the Queen of the Fairies ever since I was a wee thing. Even if she isn't quite a fairy in the strictest sense, she must be a marvel to have this kind of escort following her every step. Sadly, all I can make out is her faint silhouette. Ooh, did you see Her Majesty's gown? What a splendid design. I simply must... Oof! What? Watch where you're going, you little oaf! I turn my head around, following the ruckus that just broke out. Squinting some, I watch as a variety of courtiers are seemingly pushed and shoved aside, all echoing a similar aghast sentiment. I can't see who's doing the pushing, though. They'd have to be awfully short to... Stand aside! I have urgent news for the Queen! Right. That explains it. Ah, I see our little friend is back. This should be amusing. I chuckle a bit wryly at that, resigning myself to stand and watch the scene unfold. I feel a tad guilty for the trouble Shay might get into, but I can't afford to stick my neck out in a place like this. I'm in enough trouble as it is. I'm not about to throw myself between some stranger and the Queen of the Not-Quite-Fairies. Watch the train wreck. Real. Shay marches through the crowd, dead set on carving a direct path through the court to the Queen. The nobles and courtiers look irate. There's noticeable shouting now, but I can't make out any of the specifics.
Oh dear. Not one for decorum, are they?
Haha. Eventually, Shay manages to strong-arm their way to the litter, but they're stopped from reaching the Queen by one of her personal guardsmen. But Shay doesn't seem like they care about that. They get up in his face, yelling and wagging their finger. I can't help but wince a little. I see they've gotten themselves into a shouting match. Funny. Foolish, but funny. They're reckless. It is a bit reckless. Upsetting all these important types and all. I turn and look up at Keegan, a bit worried. Will they get in trouble for all this? Depends. On what? If the Queen is pleased to see you. With that, Keegan takes a sidelong glance back towards the litter. Apprehensively, I follow his lead and see that Shay is glowering right at us. Feeling a slight chill down my spine, I wave. Shay, seemingly confused for a short moment, waves back. And as we both wave for our own embarrassing reasons, I suddenly feel the eyes of the court shift from Shay onto me. Before I know it, the procession and all of its pageantry has come to an abrupt halt in the middle of the room. I fold my arms and frantically look between Keegan and Shay, unsure of what to say or do with all of this newfound attention on me. But neither one of them seem like they're going to do much of anything, given Shay is understandably a bit mad at me, and Keegan... well, he just seems like he'd rather watch me squirm. Christ, why did my double have to be the most conspicuous bleeding person in the whole of the other world? Other world, I don't know how to talk. Haha. Hello there.
Oh my gods.
I startle as an unseen voice cuts through the whispers of the court, and like clockwork, all the attention is pried off of me and onto...
Dana! There you are, you little rascal. Where in Danu's name have you been, darling?
She's pretty. Do you have any idea how No. How devastated I was? It's true. Her Majesty very nearly cancelled her plans to visit the Summer Palace. I have no time to react to any of this. At least not appropriately. As she speaks, the Queen unceremoniously bursts from the litter of her own procession and proceeds to stride straight towards me. Every member of the court is forced to make way, and unlike with Shay, they do so with expedience. Likewise, once the Queen reaches me, I'm rendered completely helpless as she scoops my face into her hands and squishes my cheeks.
Oh, just look at you. So pale, so thin. Really, darling, what were you eating this whole time? Nuts? Berries off the forest floor? Say no more. The thought of it is simply too much to bear.
The Queen suddenly wrenches me free, and I find myself stumbling backwards, in part due to the surprising amount of force behind the act, but also mostly out of flustered embarrassment. I think my whole face might be as rosy as her hair. Maybe Keegan wasn't lying before about the Queen being distressed. Keegan! I ought to kiss you, or at the very least reward you for what you've done here today. Though I suppose I should hardly be surprised that our Master of Secrets would be the one to bring our dear, sweet, darling Dana home. Part and parcel to the territory, no? As the Queen says this, I notice Shay running up behind her, their mouth agape. Though strangely, despite how urgently they try to alert the Queen of my presence, they do not interject against the Queen's assertion. Too true, my Queen. Though, actually, it was Shay who found me. We ran into Keegan along the way. Oh, is that so? Yes, though they were in quite the state when I crossed their paths. I thought it best not to parade the court druid through the throne room in rags. Quite. Well, you have my gratitude for your services, Sweet Pea. I shall inform your superior to ensure that you are appropriately rewarded. You may return to your post. Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. But...
Darling?
But... Was there something else?
Yes, ma'am. Permission to escort the court druid back to their premises.
And if I may be so bold... That's a first. I think under present circumstances, someone ought to stand guard. At least, for now, while it's still unsafe. I feel a chill run down my spine. Stand guard? How will I hope to get home, then? After all, the unseelie... No.
What?
No, that will not be necessary. Return to your post. Shay, for a brief moment, stares at the queen with an irritated bewilderment best reserved for... well, anyone else. But ultimately, Shay just nods stiffly to Keegan and the queen and begins to walk away.
Thanks. See you around.
Well, how very exciting.
Your Majesty.
Now, Your Majesty, if you wouldn't mind. I have some important matters to bring to your attention. Developments in your absence, shall we say. Yes, of course. But later. Poor Dana looks exhausted. I simply must see them to their cottage first. Ah, naturally. By all means, then. Shall we be off? Ah, yes, to you too. May you also have a blessed day.
We? Oh, really now, Keegan? I can't say I'm surprised you'd set your sights on this one, but am I not entitled to a little time alone with them too?
For a brief moment, Keegan appears visibly surprised, but the expression's gone as quickly as it came.
I can't say I quite catch your meaning.
Oh my god, stop. Aoife, I have to remember how to say it. I am but your humble servant, Aoife. Perhaps I merely wish to bask in your presence, engage in an intelligent conversation. No doubt, but there is no need to flatter me, Keegs. Slay Queen. You guys need to stop saying slay. She's currently not really slaying all that much, but she is cool. It is perfectly natural in my eye for you to be intrigued by our Dana here. I imagine their disappearance was more than a little vexing to the Master of Secrets. If you insist. Keegan's eyes linger on me for a moment before he turns back to the Queen and smiles.
Ah.
Well then, you know where to find me, so I shall take my leave. Keegan bows politely to us both, but before he goes, he catches my hand and places a kiss on my fingers. Here. Oh. Oh my. Oh, I haven't done this in a minute. Hold on. Oh my. Wow. Kiss on the fingers. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh wow. Gosh. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay. Annoying over.
Slangafall, Fiona.
Slangafall, I believe is how he said it, but I'm gonna check. Yeah, Slangafall.
Slangafall.
Wow, he's so flirty. Relax. Incorrigible, that one. With that, the Queen spins around and claps her hands together. The court will adjourn for today in light of newfound developments. As you were, gentrymen. There are a few grumblings from within the crowd, but with the Queen's dismissal, most begin to filter out of the room, leaving me alone with her. I swallow. Now, shall we be off? The Queen looks at me expectantly. Maintain decorum. I bow my head in quiet acknowledgement, allowing the Queen to take the lead. Though if I'm frank, it's just about all I can manage what with all these butterflies whirling around my stomach. Besides, I haven't the faintest idea where she wants to go. Did Dayona often take private walks with the Queen? No, that can't be right. They weren't that important to the court, were they? Without another word, the Queen walks out of the throne room, and so I follow at a respectful distance behind. And that's what you do with royal sorts, isn't it?
My oh my, it seems our Dana has up and vanished yet again.
Whatever shall I do? Your Majesty? Abruptly, the Queen stops in the middle of the hallway. Oh, there you are. Thank goodness. Do keep up, darling. If I wanted to talk to the air, I would hardly ask you to pitter along behind me as I do. Oh, of course. With a slight blush on my cheeks, I sheepishly quicken my pace until I'm standing beside her. Apologies, Your Majesty. The Queen clicks her tongue. Gracious, enough of that. We are no longer in the public eye. I keep forgetting how to say this because it's not the name that makes sense in my head. Aoife. Aoife. Between us two, Aoife will do just fine. Alright. Aoife. Much better. With that, Aoife leads me out of the palace. How's your day going? My day's good. I've been chilling. I did a stream earlier today where I played a different demo of a dating sim. But I've been doing good. Just been chilling. Hello, Starcrossed. Welcome in. Into the gardens. Manam. I can't help but gasp. I've never seen such immaculate gardens. The flowers, the waterfalls, the pond. It's like something out of a picture book.
They are pretty, no? I can never quite get used to it either.
Ehehe. Oh, really? Didn't you grow up here? Been lurking, but hi, how you doing? I've been doing good! I hope you've also been doing well. Enjoying your lurk. I bite my tongue. In hindsight, the question was a bit impertinent. Sometimes I forget how new you are. No, I didn't grow up here. I took my first walk through these gardens on the day of my coronation. I raised an eyebrow at her, a bit perplexed. I won't claim to be privy to the ways of royalty, let alone fairy royalty, but why wouldn't a princess be raised in the capital? Then... It is lovely out, though. Can you hear the birds chirping? Say... I understand if you're too tired, but would you care to walk with me a little while longer? There's no need to rush you to your abode. I pause for a moment, thinking it over. On one hand, the Queen may very well just want to take a stroll with me, but on the other... I can't quite get a proper read on her. She's certainly opulent and a touch melodramatic, but there's something else there behind that aristocratic smile. Something unpredictable. Something I can't quite place. I don't know if I can trust it. And while I'm still play acting as Dayona, it may be best to keep a low profile and avoid being alone with these people as much as possible. Then again, who am I to refuse the queen? She's giving me a choice, but is it one really? Meh. Take walk. I rub my chin for a moment, then sigh. Well, I suppose I wouldn't mind taking the long way around.
Darling.
Wonderful. With a smile, Aoife proceeds to pull me down a winding garden path lined by great big bushes of flowers and wispy willow trees. A gentle wind stirs up all the smells into the air, and as we pass the pond, I feel a cool mist against my skin. I feel remiss only calling it beautiful, but I'm no poet. Beautiful will have to suffice. Though if I'm honest, I can't help but feel like there's something unnatural about it too. All the flowers seem so fresh, as though they all just bloomed today and would stay that way forever. It's nothing like the flowers in Ireland. Such fragile, imperfect things, and so quickly gone. What are you thinking? I jump a little, jostled out of my thoughts by Aoife's question. As I go to meet her eye, I'm surprised by the way she's looking at me. It's almost... sad? Pitying, maybe? Thinking? Your expression seems very solemn. Feeling homesick? I swallow, feeling a little color leave my cheeks. Dana. The druids are not the only ones familiar with... Driocht. Driocht?
Driocht.
Driocht. Okay, got it. The druids are not the only ones familiar with Driocht, you know. I squint, a little confused. I am not sure I understand. It was not a particularly well-kept secret that you wished to leave us, Dana. They keep describing Yuno. Stop. And by your appearance, the change in your aura, you succeeded. You returned to Inishfal. Yeah, Inishfal. I take it was not quite what you were expecting, was it?
Truthfully, I sympathize. You were not Tuatha Danann. This was not supposed to be your home. And sometimes, longing for that which never was can be just as painful as longing for something lost.
But I digress.
Darling?
I trust now that you've undergone this pilgrimage, you are here to stay. Yes? I don't like lying. I know I can't tell her the truth. Not now. Not this deep into my accidental deception. It would be too dangerous. The fair folk are an unpredictable sort, after all. But I can't bring myself to lie, either, and find myself avoiding her eye. Well, even so. I must admit there's something on my mind. Something that I wanted to talk to you about, specifically.
There is trouble in the air, Dana. More trouble than I'd care to entertain.
I raise an eyebrow. How do you mean? This was before your time, but I imagine the druids familiarized you with the War of the Courts well enough. It ended only 50 years ago. Half a lifetime to a human, I suppose, but not to us. Frankly, by the way some talk of it, the war never really ended. It only paused. In any case, I don't expect you've yet heard the news, have you? I find myself fidgeting anxiously, even though I have no possible idea what she's on about. Guess not. Just as well. Aoife pauses for a long moment. Her gaze drifts out over the pond, pensively watching as a bevy of swans bathe themselves underneath the waterfall.
Lugad, the traitor, is dead.
Lugad. Ah, the king of the unseelie. Okay, okay.
Ordinarily, this would be cause for celebration. He was a miserable tyrant well past his due. If the gods had any sense in them, his soul would be left to wither and rot.
But after the war ended, Lugod was left impotent and uninterested in furthering his ambitions. His son, however, is young and full of vigor. I see. So what does that mean? It is too soon to be certain. But it is widely believed that the man is as much of a hot-headed fanatic as his father was. My court already whispers of war. This land has already seen far too much violence. Aoife grows quiet again, then looks at me expectantly. My throat dries as I rack my brain for anything useful or even comforting to say to her. What do the Unseelie want? Well, what do the Unseelie want? Maybe there could be a peaceful solution? Oh, saying that out loud. I'm never getting into politics. Girl, me! V2 same! I could never! Holy moly, I would be so bad at politics.
What do the Unseelie want? Darling, they want what everyone else in this wretched world wants. Power.
And power is not often peacefully begotten. Including yours? I bite my tongue as soon as the retort slips out, but Aoife only stares at me. A shiver rolls down my spine as her eyes seem to watch my face closely. I try not to sweat too hard.
Well, I suppose it's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? But if you're asking, impertinently so, about the relative state of my hands, you'll find them far cleaner than most.
Never forget that the Unseelie throne, such as it is, was won at the cost of blood-laden streets in every city, town, and village across Murias and Gorias. Any who dared to defy Lugad's brutish warlording was put to the sword.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't mean... Aoife holds up her hand, silencing me. No. No. You're fine. I am no lover of psychophancy, and do not wish to curtail your tongue. In fact...
In the coming days, I may need your assistance. For the sake of the realm.
What? You sound so surprised. The Druids have always been invaluable consultants to the kings and queens of the... I keep forgetting how to say the first word. Tua de Donin. Okay. Tua de Donin, you know. Even in matters of war. But I'm just... a human? Yes, well, I believe that's a good thing in this case. You have no stake in this fight. Your eyes are new, your perspective clear. I need someone around me who isn't impeded by ulterior motives. I feel my heart thudding in my ears. I'm not sure what to say. Well, honesty is a becoming trait, and not one often shared among my court. If you can promise me your honest thoughts, I will expect no more of you. A twinge of guilt turns the inside of my stomach as I look over at the queen, who seems a good deal more honest herself than she had been before in the palace. It almost makes me wish I could stay and help, but... I'm not Deona. I have no business being here, and my own duties to care for. Still, I can't quite bring myself to disappoint her. I'll do my best, Miss Aoife. I'm just a girl. I'm literally just a girl. How could you do this to me? I'm just a girl. Really, you are too cute. Just Aoife, darling. All these misses and ma'ams make me feel old. I'm only 299, you know. It takes a considerable amount of effort not to let my mouth fall open. Well, I think I've held your ear long enough for now. Though I dare say this was rather enjoyable. We ought to do it again, no? That would be nice, ma'am.
Oh, is that cheek I hear? Oh, I'll be sure to remember that. And I'll have you know, I can be quite mean when I want to be.
Mean? Quite. I'm not certain what she means by that, but I have a feeling that pressing the point would put me in a precarious spot, so I don't. Well, another time. For now, let's get you home. Yeah, okay. Chapter 4 ended up being crazy long. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. So we have 5, 6, 7, and 8 still, because this is 8 chapters total. The actual routes we're probably not going to get to tonight, depending on how long the rest of these parts are. But it's okay. We've gotten a pretty good... We're gonna get a pretty good taste of the rest of the characters and love interests, I assume, by going through the rest of these. So... nothing to really worry about. I think it'll still be like a good peek into the game and its characters, which is usually what you want to do when you're doing like a test of it like this. The human. Me? With a tentative silence now between us, Queen Aoife guides me through the gardens to a gate in the palace walls. At a glance, it seems to lead back into the forest. Strange. I wonder why Dayona's residents would be outside the palace grounds if they're in the employ of the queen. Do you have your key with you, darling? Oh. In a brief attempt to save face, I pat myself down as though I were searching for something I would usually have on me. No, sorry. I must have misplaced it. Oh dear. Well, we shall have to remedy that. But no matter, I have one here. Aoife hums softly, after which she seemingly snatches a key from thin air. That is, unless I missed her digging around for a pocket in all those dress folds. Nevertheless, she's unlocked the gate before I can think on it much further. As I suspected, the other side of the gate does indeed extend into the forest, but I'm surprised again by how far we end up walking. Whoever this Dayona truly is, they certainly valued their privacy. Eventually, Aoife and I reach a glade where a small but homey sort of cottage sits hidden away from prying eyes. The windows are dark, and the garden off to the side looks overrun. It's been a while since anyone's been here, that's for certain. Though strangely, the rose bushes look a bit more well-kept than the rest of the flora. Well, except for the fact that they're currently being munched on. By a very, very stupid horse. Oh my. Is that your horse, Dana? I don't think I've seen it before. I don't answer because my jaw's fallen completely slack. I can't believe what I'm seeing. But how? Why? Darby? What are you? No, don't eat those! I see that damn fool of a horse's ears stiffly flip backwards, but otherwise she doesn't acknowledge me at all. I suppose that does answer my question. Flushing, I turn back to the queen, rigid and alert. Oh, yes. But we were separated. Interesting. Well, never mind. I suppose now this is where we part ways. I would invite myself inside, but I'm sure the place is overrun with dust, so I shall leave you to your housekeeping. Do keep your ear to the ground, though. I imagine I will have need for you shortly. Right. Thank you, Queen Aoife. Hastily and very much distracted, I attempt something of a bow to the Queen before sprinting off towards Darby, my mind swirling with questions. Do try to keep out of trouble, you know. For a moment, I glance back over my shoulder, certain I heard Aoife say something else, but she's already turning out of the glade by the time I do. I shake my head and press on after Darby, who despite my hollering keeps chewing on those rose bushes without a care in the world. Bad horse! Stop that! You're going to get stuck here if you eat those! The mare raises her head and stares at me mid-chomp. Darby, I'm warning you, She swallows. My head falls back as I let out an exasperated sigh. Great! Perfect. How'd you feel if I just left you here then? Leave you to the fairies? Darby's ears press down and she huffs at me. Oi, you're the one who decided to eat fairy food! Or, fairy flowers. Anyway, point is, the first thing people will tell you about the other world is that you never ever eat the food! I clutch my stomach as it suddenly groans. Damn, how long has it been since I ate? It was night when I stumbled in here, and morning when I popped out of the lake. But it still feels like morning now. The sky hasn't changed at all. I sigh, shaking my head again. It doesn't matter how long it's been. I'm now well and truly hungry, but if I eat anything from this place, I'll be trapped here. I slap my forehead, the solution suddenly dawning on me. The potato. Oh, right. On Prada.
On Prata.
Now the horse is indebted to the Fae. Yeah, she's probably gonna leave that little thing behind. On Prada. I hurry over to Darby, but I have a sinking feeling in my gut. Please let it be there. Please let it still be there. My face falls as I search both sides of her, but it's no use. The saddlebag's gone. Damn it! I suppose I shouldn't be all that surprised. It's already a small miracle that I managed to find my horse again, but with all that's gone on, I'd almost forgotten what led me here to begin with. Anything of value my family had in the world was in that saddlebag. Even if I get Darby and I out of here now, how am I going to be able to face my family? I fold my arms in close, suddenly feeling very, very helpless. Drawn out of my thoughts, I look over at Darby, who I thought just made a sound. But she's still just eating the flowers, not paying me any mind at all. Duh? I feel a slight chill run through me as another strange sound comes out of nowhere. Hurriedly, I turn around and come face to face with another horse. Huh? The purple-maned beast is far larger than any horse I've ever seen, and it stares at me with such an intensity that I reflexively take a few steps back. Stranger still, though. Duh. Oh. Nah? Is that I can talk. A bead of sweat rolls down my forehead as I freeze, holding the creature's eye. Hello? Its gaze lingers on me a while longer, until abruptly the horse reels back and whinnies. Bewildered, I stand and watch as it turns and gallops off into the Sealy woods with my saddlebag on its back? Hey! Get back here with that! I move without thinking, not willing to let this chance slip through my fingers. I have no idea why this other horse would have my saddlebag, but I can think about it later. I bolt over to Darby and swing into her saddle. Surprised, she immediately tries to throw me off my balance, but I hold firm with my knees and pull in her reins. Oh, not this time you don't! She acquiesces to my control and kicks off into a gallop at my command, tearing off into the woods behind the, horse... thief. Of course, the other horse is a good deal faster than Darby and I, so I can only just see the tail end of it through all the woods. Still, I figure the damn thing has to come to a stop eventually, and when it does... Wait, where'd it go? I reel in the reins, forcing Darby to come to a rather abrupt halt of which she's none too pleased about. I ignore her grumpy whines of protest, though, as we have a more pressing concern now. Namely, not only has the horse we were chasing just up and vanished, but it's left some kind of white, shapeless void behind it. I stare, utterly perplexed as the void ebbs and flows. Looking down at the ground, I also notice a set of hooves leading into it. Initially, I hesitate. I have no idea what that thing is, or why the other horse would have run through it, assuming that it had intended to do that to begin with. Before I can really weigh my options, though, I see it begin to fade. Now left with a split-second decision, one that could cost me that saddlebag forever, Oh, for Pete's sake! I spur Darby into the void. Oh boy! Call of the Crows. I feel a tugging in my navel, like some force is violently dragging me forward, and a crisp wind hits my face. Whoa now! Tugging in the reins, I call for Darby to stop so I can reorient myself. What in the hell? Winks of golden light illuminate through the canopy of the otherwise dark and foreboding forest, now absent of any features of spring. Nothing green remains. All the trees are painted in the cool autumn hues, and the leaves fall with such frequency that I'm surprised any above remain. Impossibly large mushrooms replace the vibrant flowers and overgrowth of a sealy forest, and the eerie silence is only occasionally interrupted by a gust of wind. I shiver in the saddle as chilly air and a steady drizzle of rain quickly permeates through my clothes. Where am I? I look behind me for any signs of the void, the cottage, or the bright morning sunlight I left behind. But all I find is more of this damp air and darkness. I scan the forest floor for any tracks that might guide me, but the horse I was chasing seems to have simply vanished into thin air. Where could it have even gone? I search the canopy, but only find a few crows watching me from above. My mind swirls with confusion as I clench Darby's reins and turn her around in hopeless circles, as though that would somehow take me back to where I was. Oh, what was I thinking? I'm even more lost than I was before. I groan and throw my hands up in frustration, causing Darby to huff nervously and shift underneath me. Oh, sorry, Darby. I stroke her neck until she relaxes again. At least this time I'm not lost and alone. But what should I do? Just pick a direction and hope for the best? I have no idea where I am, much less how far I am from that lake now. Not to mention, given the sudden shift in the seasons, I can't help but fear the worst. That somehow, after running through that void, more time has passed than I can afford. Hello, hello, welcome in. Hope you have been having a good day/night. Good time zone. Wait a second. The map from Shay's outpost. I rack my brain for as many details as I can remember. That city Tever was in... Folius? Right? Right. I pause, a realization coming to me. I remember that map called Folius, the province of spring. At first I thought it was a figure of speech, but maybe it wasn't? Could each province be stuck in a season? That would explain all these changes. I keep going down this line of thinking. Since this place since this place is autumn, it must be... Marias, I think? Can't say for sure, but knowing I haven't somehow jumped forward in time makes me feel a little better about all this. If only I had that map with me, then maybe I could find my way to the border. It seems I don't have a choice here. If I don't get going somewhere or another, then I'm just going to sit here and shiver. Resigning myself to aimless wandering, Darby and I set off in search of any signs of civilization. As we approach a dirt road deeper into the forest, more crows begin to fly in and perch in the canopy. The more the merrier, I suppose? But in the silence of the forest, the growing audience in the canopy is a little creepy. It really does feel like I'm being watched, and the increasing darkness of my surroundings doesn't help much either. An unsettling cacophony of crowing. Okay, actually, maybe it's very creepy. I urged Darby into a canter and we hurried down the path, hoping to escape the uncanny atmosphere. Suppose she's coming for us still. Shut up, would ya? If she is, she'll be following the sound of your yellow bellying. I gently pull back on Darby's reins as I hear a group of voices up ahead of me. For a moment, I breathe a sigh of relief. That didn't take long at all. Maybe my luck is finally turning around. Psh, let her come then. I'll give her a right, proper wallop. You'll give her a... Are you mad? She's the bleeding mort... For the love of Angus, stop your jawing and help me move this cart.
Angus.
I was correct. And you, if you don't stop drinking all our wares, your piss-soaked trousers are going in a ditch. So unless you fancy walking back to Gorius bare-assed in the snow... Bah! Piss off! Alright, that's enough of that for you. Oi! Don't go snatching a man's whiskey before he's finished. Well, there's definitely something off about the trio. One of them is unquestionably drunk, and the others seem to be restless and on edge. It may not be a good idea to approach them after all. Still, I don't know when I'll be crossing another person's path. These forests are dense and intimidating and filled with who knows what. Do I really want to risk what might be my one chance of finding my way out of here? I clench my jaw. I don't want to turn back if I don't have to, so I resolve to inch myself a little bit forward and just keep listening in on their conversation for now. If they seem like trouble, then I'll just turn heel and be on my way. At least they don't seem to be going anywhere fast from what I can tell, squinting through the trees. Ugh, bollocks. How's anyone supposed to move about these godforsaken woods when it's always raining and making a mess of the roads? Huh. Missing home? Gods no. Do I look like I enjoy freezing my tits off? What tits? You know, one of these days I'm gonna cut that tongue from your gobshite mouth. Easy up. If we're caught like this, we're all getting worse. Ugh. If I thought you were going to be such a lily-livered little coward about all this. Good sense ain't cowardice. I didn't think we were going to snatch this from the main supply lines and right under the nose of... Where else, you idiot? Further north you go, the less anything grows. All I'm saying is we were doing just fine. Ha! You call holding up poor bastards on the roadside fine? It wasn't much, but we made do. We should just grab what we can and get a move on. This is the right wash and you know it. Don't be stupid! You know how much grain's in there? We'd be living fat and happy like old King Henri. For a year, easy. Not if we don't make it back. Then move your hide and push! The splitty cart ain't going nowhere without more hands. You know, you're right. Oi, where'd that drunken Langer toddle off to? The suddenness of yet another crow up above nearly startles me out of my skin. I huff, glaring at the little menace as it swoops down. And forces me to lock eyes with the drunkard, peering at me through the foliage. Caught off guard, I momentarily hesitate, and then unfortunately gives the drunkard enough time to lunge at me, even as I kick Darby into motion. Ah! With one swift motion, the hefty brute grabs a fistful of my clothes and yanks me off Darby's saddle. I land with a thud to the muddy forest floor, watching helplessly as Darby spurs on down the path. Spira, okay. This is so fast, Spira. The drunkard whistles to the other bandits before dragging me to my feet and shoving me forward. I struggle against his grip, hoping to at least throw him off balance, but it's useless. He's short and stout, but as sturdy as a brick house, even sloshed. Up ahead, I finally see the scene that had been mostly hidden from me up till now. The bandits have been struggling to dislodge a horse-drawn cart from a muddy rut. It's so well unstuck that the cart looks close to tipping over. I can't see past the sheet covering the cart's contents, but if it's all grain, then there's no way their poor horse will be able to pull all that for long. At least not by itself. As the drunkard and I meander into view, the two other bandits block Darby's path and calm her down enough to grab hold of her reins. My stomach sinks. This is not good. Not good at all. How about that, huh? The old bag Dennis is smiling at us after all. Fate's brought us a horse and a fancy bastard to boot. Very fancy. Who are they supposed to be, anyhow? And what's with the ears? I fail to find a proper answer to any of these questions as I feel my mouth go dry. My eyes dart between the bandits, or more pertinently, the weapons at their sides. Eventually, I manage to sputter out a pitiful little plea. Please, I don't have anything of value. No, don't look it to me. The drunkard claps me on the back, sending me stumbling right into the middle of all three bandits. I'm surrounded. It's true, though. Check me, check my horse. I was already robbed of everything. The bandit woman snorts as I say this, giving me a disdainful once-over. You know, lads, I don't doubt it. The other bandits guffaw, and a look of understanding seems to cross all their faces. I swallow hard. How am I going to get out of this? Look, I don't want any trouble with you folks. Honest, I was just passing through. Shut it. The bandit woman stalks towards me, her hand reaching towards her waist. I'll be square with ya. We're in a bit of a rush here, so I don't much care to deal with you any longer than I need to. So here's how this works. We're taking the horse. You're outnumbered, defenseless, and by the looks of it, have never been in a real scrap in your life. So unless you'd like me to paint the roadside with your entrails, best move along now. I can't let them take Darby. I'm not losing the old girl again. Protest. You can't have my horse. I think we can, actually. You can't have my horse. It'll help you folks dislodge your cart, but Darby's not going with you. I need her. Besides, she's a stubborn piece of work, so you'll not be wanting her anyway. The bandit woman leers at me impatiently. You're funny. With a flat smile, she unsheathes a huge and unseemly dagger. Entrails it is, then. I find myself completely frozen. Is this it? Is this how I meet my end? I suck in a breath through my teeth, awaiting the inevitable with my eyes squinted shut. Ooh! Crow lady? Lady with crows? My eyes flash open again. Out of nowhere, a mysterious woman stands between me and my assailer. Her bronze sword glints in the evening light as she raises it to parry the bandit woman's dagger, before kicking her square in the chest and knocking her onto the ground, breathless. Without sparing me a glance, the warrior woman lunges towards the other bandits. The nervous man fumbles as he retrieves his sword, and the drunkard is unable to keep up with the warrior's unending onslaught through his inebriation. All I can do is watch my savior with awe as she dodges one man's sloppy swing before swiftly taking him down and then blocking the other's sword just as it comes at her. She effortlessly defends against both men, though I suppose one being drunk doesn't hurt. Hot Crow Lady got hands? She does! She's actually slaying right now. A movement to my periphery catches my attention in time to see the bandit woman has crawled back to her feet, her dagger once again in hand. The warrior is engaged with a second man still, and will never see her in time. Stop her. I look around me in a panic. There's got to be something around here that'll make do for a weapon. Finally, I spot a huge branch on the forest floor. I suppose now's as good a time as any to see if these things will do much against a person. The woman has her dagger raised high, ready to strike at the warrior woman from behind, when my makeshift club connects to the side of her head. She crumples to the ground noiselessly. I stare at the branch in disbelief before dropping it, as though it burns to keep holding on. Is she... Did I... She's a little worse for wear, but alive. The woman is sheathing her sword as she approaches me. The other two bandits are both lying unconscious behind her. Thank you for having my back just then. Very resourceful. Are you okay? They didn't injure you? I'm sorry I didn't get here faster. Thank you. I'm fine, mostly. Just a little shaken up. I've never been in a real fight before. Then I apologize again for dragging you into one.
By the way, I'm Mave, commander of the Unseelie Sentinels. I've been trailing these bandits for a while now, after they stole some supplies being sent out of province.
She's pretty. Hi, Mave. She gestures over to the covered cart. Pleasure, Mave. I am... the Seelie Court Druid. Mouth agape, I stare at her for a moment. Some small part of me had hoped that I might be able to escape this continuous identity crisis, but no such luck. Milesian?
Milesian.
Oh, Milesian. Okay. As a Milesian, you're pretty conspicuous if you know what to look for. Not to mention the outfit gives you away. Not every day a member of the Seelie Court gets caught crossing the side of the border. Gets... caught? I don't much like the sound of that. So, Druid, want to tell me what you're doing here? I shuffle a bit nervously, wondering if my answer could land me in trouble. Still, I don't really know enough about what's going on to lie. It's a very long story. For one, I'm not clear where here is. Mave observes me for a moment, like she's trying to figure out if I'm being honest or not. Wordlessly, she turns to inspect the cart's contents. You're in the forest, just outside... I can't read.
Kashlan Nanini. Kashlan Nanini.
Kashlan Nanini? Sure. Hanaki, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate in the stretch. I will take my sip of water. Oh, and a stretch. Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, my shoulders. Ow. Figured it may have been a minute. I mean, I've been hydrating relatively often. But I do need water, and the stretch was also nice. I need to do like a freaking stretch tonight or something, because my shoulders should not have hurt that bad when I did that stretch. Anyway.
Kashlan Nanini.
Kashlan Nanini, I guess. You're in the forest just outside Kashlan Nanini. So you can understand why I can't just let you leave. Our enemy's court druid showing up here, just shy of the capital, is a fairly substantial criminal offense. Trespassing and all that. Criminal? Oh, for However, since you helped me out here, you can ride alongside me with your horse rather than in the back with this lot. Gesturing over to the groaning bandits, she gives me a genial nudge before procuring some rope from somewhere. Once I load them onto the cart, we're heading straight to the king. On the way, you can give me the highlights of what you're up to. Okay. She was nice. I have to say, so far, Mave has been nicer and more straightforward with me than anyone, despite the fact I've apparently broken the law just by being here. Maybe if I stay on her good side, she'll be convinced I'm not here to cause trouble. If we are going to see the king, I need all the help I can get. As Mave picks up one end of a bandit, I lift the other, and we heave them each onto the cart, before binding them together with rope. By the time we're done, the fabric against my back is damp and my shoulders are burning. Mave, however, seems completely unbothered. I have to admit, you've surprised me yet again, Druid. So far, you are nothing like what I expected. It's refreshing. I feel a little bashful from the praise. I faintly wonder if buttering me up is some kind of compliance tactic, but if it is, it's working. Oh, well, thanks. I'll go get Darby hooked up to the cart. Mave grins, nodding at me as I go. Am I saying it right? Is it Mave or Meve?
Mave Tridge-Ur.
Okay, it's Mave. God, she's pretty. Girl, me too. Girl, me too, same. Girl, me too, same. Have you seen women? Have you seen women before? I can't do my usual thing where I, like, point at them and I go goofy because it makes the camera go bleh, and that makes me feel weird. Before we get going, Mave gestures for me to follow her to the driver's seat. Maybe it's Maveline. Shut up! Be nice! That's a pretty woman you're making fun of. I nervously follow, but to my surprise, she removes the cloak from the cart and gently wraps it around me before tying it together. Steely clothes aren't exactly made to withstand our climates. Put the hood up as well to hide your ears. My body relaxes into the warmth of the cloak, as though it was just now remembering how cold it was before. I guess my adrenaline rush back there helped too. Hasn't stopped using it before? Stop. I try to avoid it. Like, it happens by accident because I want to, like, go do something over here. I have to fawn over them with the cursor on the text box in order for it to not go shaky. But I wanted to, like, be able to highlight, like, faces or, like, parts of the body, but I can't do that. Because it just goes freaking goofy silly. It takes a few minutes for Mave and I to unwedge the cart from the rut, but with two horses at the front and us pushing at the rear, we get it done. Though if I'm being honest, Mave did most of the heavy lifting. Finally, we set out on the road, side by side in the front of the cart. Well, all we have now is time. Let's hear it. Right. Well, I very cautiously explain and try to keep the details as sparse as possible, just in case. I was just at my cottage when I saw something take off into the woods with my saddlebag. I had some important things in there, so I gave chase on Darby here, but then I fell into this... I don't know what to call it. Void, I guess? A great big white light. Anyway, I fumbled in, and it spat me out here. Don't know how. I've never seen anything like it. I was looking for directions when I ran into the bandits, and then you. Despite my clumsy description, Mave seems to be following the narrative better than me. Once I finish, I wait for her verdict. Did you see what the thief looked like? I hesitate. This may be Tiernanog, but I don't exactly know how common literal horse thieves are, or whatever that thing was. It had purplish hair? Well, it was better than nothing. Unbelievable. Damn it. Of all the times, I'm going to make sure this time she doesn't get away with it. Pardon? Sorry, I just have a recurring pain in the arse to address. The good news for you is I know who has your stuff. In fact, I think you do too. I sit up a little straighter. I do? Mave heaves a long sigh and looks at me wearily. Well, we'll soon find out. It's only a suspicion for now. My stomach turns as I think about the possibility of interacting with yet another acquaintance of Dayona's, but I feel a minor sense of relief as well. It's not much, but at least it's a lead. I don't have to fight a dragon for it or anything, do I? Why would you have to do something like that? Sorry, it's just been a weird day. Or possibly longer. I can't really tell. So who is it and where can I find them? We're already heading there. Don't you worry. We still have a little ways to go though, so make yourself comfortable. I nod, settling back into my seat. Alright. Quietly riding towards yet another menacing capital city is going to kill me. Maeve's been friendly enough with me so far, so I might as well make conversation. Once I can think of a topic anyway. What's with the birds? My eyes drift to the air as the forest begins thinning out a little and patches of sky become clearer. Squinting, I notice a few crows flying overhead. Seriously? Still? I look back to Mave, the only commonality for this occurrence. So, what's with the birds? Oh my god, her laugh is so cute. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me. Her laugh is so cute. Her laugh is so cute. Oh my god. That was the cutest thing I've ever heard. Precious. The Cupid's arrow just hit me in the chest there. That was so cute. Do it again. Do it again.
Not a fan of my entourage, silly.
What? No, I love being stalked by a murder of crows. It's not unsettling in the slightest. Oh, good. I was worried for a moment there. They followed me around ever since I was a child. Really? Why? You're not having me on, are you? You really don't know? No, ma'am. I can assure you that I am clueless in all things. Huh. Well, never you mind then. They're just my little helpers is all. I raise an eyebrow, not quite believing that that's the end of it, but I don't press her. It's none of my business after all. As Mave and I approach the end of the autumn forest, we come to a cliffside with an imposing castle on its precipice and a storming lake to its back. Here we are. That's the capital? It's no Tever, but yes. The stronghold itself is home to about 200 people, with more folks in the surrounding villages. It's not the biggest castle the Unseelie took, but it was the last and hardest fought. I have to remember how they say this. Lugad?
Lugad.
Yeah, Lugad. King Lugad felt it was necessary to make this place, the last city before spring, our capital. He was the sort of person to take symbolic gestures very seriously. Anyway, let's keep going. Probably shouldn't give this info to the enemy. Mave is perceiving her to be non-threatening, which is true. Also, Belle is very oopid and does not want to stay here if she can help it, so... anything to get the fuck out of Dodge. The castle town is much different than Tever. The city feels slower, a bit emptier. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. I guess I figured the king would be as ostentatious as Aoife. The buildings haven't been maintained very well either. Some of the shopkeepers are patching up walls rather than attending to their empty counters. In some senses, it reminds me more of home, but that's surprising in its own way. I must be wearing quite the expression, because Mave starts explaining. Hi, Hanaki. I'm good. I've just been hanging out, playing games, chilling. Just an ordinary Sunday for me.
It doesn't look like much now, but it's a sight better than it was when we first started rebuilding. The war took a great toll on Morius. Glorious too, of course. But the fighting and the destruction was always more intense in these parts.
Between the Seelie's trade embargo, keeping the gangs under control, and restructuring how everyone gets fed, well, we just haven't had the time or resources to mend every roof. The king hasn't been on the throne long either, but he has good plans in mind. We don't have much, but we're doing what we can, and it helps to know we're in this together. With time and cooperation, we might even be able to make this place better than before. There is a twinkle in her eye, and she casually looks over at me as she suggests it. It's still wild to me that me and Alan have met. Really? That's cool. Nice, nice. Does she mean me? Or, well, Deonna? Is that why she's being so genial? Am I being recruited? I find myself fidgeting with the cloak Mave gave me. Is a druid that influential? In the lineup for a meet and greet? Oh, that's cool. I can't help but to think back to what Aoife told me. Druids have always been invaluable consultants to the kings and queens of the... Tuatha De Danann.
Tuatha De Danann.
Tuatha De Danann. I have to learn this one. This one is always the one that trips me up. Tuatha De Danann. Druids have always been invaluable consultants to the kings and queens of the Tuatha De Danann. But... shouldn't that mean that the king has a druid in his court too? If I ask, would that be considered rude? Ask. Mave, can I ask a question about the Unseelie Court? Of course, as long as it isn't state secrets. She gives me a wink and I feel a little less anxious about asking. Does your court have a druid? I just meant I haven't heard... Used to. Not at the moment, though. It's an important position. We need time to assess an appropriate candidate. I can only imagine. That's understandable. I, hope you get one soon. How congenial you are. As we continue on through the city, I notice that most of the townspeople who spot Mave come up to greet us. Oh, Mave, won't you come by sometime for a cup? Thank you, I'll come by sometime. Mave, thanks for getting my lyre back. Next song is dedicated to you. If that's true, Cillian, it better not be another one about tavern girls. Hi, Mave, I've got something set aside for you now. Mave pauses at the vendor's call. What do you say? Want to take a little detour with me? Yeah. I'm in no rush for another royal confrontation. Not to mention, Mave isn't the worst company I've had so far. Excellent. We lead the cart over to the vendor who called out to us, and he pulls out a small brown bottle that's been sealed with red wax. Not too much trouble getting it? She handles the bottle gently, tucking it into her saddlebag with care before fishing out a few odd-looking coins. If they can even be called coins, they look more like rings. These days, what isn't too much trouble? But for you, it was nothing. You are too kind. As we turn to leave, the man catches Maeve's attention once more. By the way, I meant to tell ya... Nua Fiona?
Nua Fiona.
Yeah, Nua Fiona. By the way, I meant to tell ya, that old bandit gang, the Nua Fiona, is back around causing trouble. Thought you'd want to take care of it before the king does. I'll see what I can do. We head back towards the castle, but the atmosphere has changed. Mave seems distracted by what the vendor said. Mave? Sorry, I got lost in thought. About the group the vendor mentioned? Who are they? It's a bit complicated. Some folks will tell you they're just another group of bandits. But? Well, they don't see themselves that way. And I don't think it's completely fair to say they're just another gang. But maybe that's my bias talking. I used to be one of them before I ended up where I am now. What? Really?
It was a long time ago. They gave me a home when I had nowhere else to go and saw themselves as vigilantes, bringers of justice. They're not all bad, but not all good either. I left because I realized we weren't fixing anything. Not really.
I want to help them help themselves, I suppose. I don't know if I'll be able to reach them, but I want to try. But enough about me. I have supplies and a very companionable druid to deliver. Come on now. We should head to the stables and then into the keep. After that, stick by and let me do most of the talking. Not a problem. If I've learned anything so far, it's to try and avoid attention. Mave takes me over to the stables, where she assures me that Darby will be well taken care of. Trust me, these horses eat better than we do. While I get Darby's stall set up, Mave takes the cart and bandits to a small group of guards where she starts giving them instructions. I'm filling the water trough when she returns.
Hey, I just want you to know I think you're telling the truth. I hope that makes you feel a little better about all this.
It does, but my stomach is too queasy to answer with more than a nod and weak smile. Once we reach the enormous wooden doors of the keep, Mave gives me one last comforting smile and places a hand gently on my shoulder. You'll be fine. Probably. Not the probably, Mave. I need a little more reassurance than that. The horned devil. Me? Me? I guess also Reina's son? Me? That's crazy. Anyway. As Mave heaves open the heavy wooden doors, a wave of heat falls over me. The warmth eases the bitter autumn wind from my weary bones, but just as soon as I begin to feel myself relaxing, something else strikes my senses. The rich, all-encompassing smell of a freshly cooked feast. I blink, taking in the strange scene before me. What kind of throne room is this? It's nothing like the Seelys. In fact, if not for the literal throne at the far back, I wouldn't have realized this was a throne room at all. If anything, it's more of a public dining hall. The majority of the room is consumed by massive wood tables, covered end to end with all sorts of food and drink. I feel my mouth water enviously as I watch the crowd of common folk mingle and treat themselves to the fresh loaves of bread, steaming hot meats, fruits and vegetables, cakes and cheeses, meat and whiskey. My stomach twists, painfully, audibly. Go ahead. Huh?
You're hungry. Eat something. We'll be waiting a while still.
Dagda?
Dagda.
Yeah. The Dagda's feast feeds all. No, that's alright. I'm fine. Of course, that was just about the biggest, fattest lie I've ever spoken in all my life, but I just couldn't. Even now, I had to hold out hope. Suit yourself. With that, Mave steers us away from the tables and off to the side, right around the center of the room. The silence is awkward, so I break it. Ask about the king. So, we're waiting on the king, right? Mave gives me a quick glance, then nods her head. Mm-hmm.
It isn't every day a silly spy of such high standing gets caught crossing the border.
What? But you said I'm not... God, I still love her laugh. It's so cute. It's so cute. It's so cute. You can relax. I'm only joking. Kinda. You did illegally cross into unseelie territory, and ordinarily the punishment for doing so is, well, not good. But so far you've shown me a fair quality of character, so I'm going to vouch for you. Besides, if what you said before is true, then none of this was your fault. Still, we have to verify the validity of your story, and ultimately the king has final say on what's to be done with you. That could be trouble. I don't know anything about this other king, and by the way she talks of it, my life may depend on his temperament. And if what the Seelie Queen says about him is true... What's he like? Mave looks away, a bit hesitant. I imagine you've heard by now. Why don't you tell me? I don't know. I don't know. Maeve's gaze turns back to me. I fold my arms together, then shrug. Guess I don't pay much attention to the politics. I can't say I believe that, but I understand the sentiment.
The Seelie like to pretend that we're nothing more than heretical traitors. I suppose that's why they called us the Unseelie to begin with.
True enough, the war was an act of treason. But the why matters, don't you think? You know what the Seelie court is like. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that they aren't too concerned with important matters like poverty, crime. Well, the old king's court was just the same. Worse, even Faulius and Phineas are well off, but Murius and Gorius have always been left behind. The rebellion was only a matter of time. It didn't do everything right by a long stretch, and I've had my own hesitations in the past. But now... we're trying to make Tirnanog better for everyone, not just the nobility. If you can accept that and swear your fealty, you'll have no problems with the king. Besides, your insights could be invaluable to us. My eyes widen. Swear my fealty? Of course. We can't let a Seelie, let alone the court druids, simply come and go as they see fit. Have a problem with that? Mave stares at me with a greater intensity than I've come to expect from her, and it sends a shiver down my spine. Oh lord, I've really done it now. Oh, Maury! Are you giving my friend over there a hard time? Abruptly cut off, Mave and I both look up in the direction of the dais where someone distinctly not kingly sits on the throne.
Robin!
Robin, get down from there! But this Robin person ignores Mave entirely, choosing to instead set his gaze squarely on me. Oh, this is the motherfucker. This is the motherfucker that turned into the horse and ran away with the saddlebag. Can you give me my ship back? You piece of fuck. Give it back.
Bad day, Yun. Did you go breaking the court's treaty of mutual surrender just to see little old me? You shouldn't have. Really? You shouldn't have.
How did you say it? Deo? I guess so. Oh hey, catch! Robin practically jolts out of the throne, reeling back her arm and giving it a good swing forward. Before I quite realize it, a vaguely brownish-looking blob is hurtling its way across the room, right towards my face. All I can do is flinch and fling my arms up over my head, but the collision never comes. When I dare to open my eyes again, I see Mave glowering furiously at Robin, her hand outstretched in front of me and clenching onto... my saddlebag? This yours, is it? Gawking, I reach out and grab it from her. Sure enough, as I tear through the contents of the bag, all of my things are still in it. I stand there, baffled. How... did you... How'd I what? I startle as Robin is suddenly standing right in front of me, grinning ear to ear. Hastily swinging the bag out of Claw's reach, I stand up straight and jab my finger into her chest. How did you end up with my saddlebag? Was that your horse? You could say that. I feel my face heating up the more I look at that smug, devil-may-care face. Why did you steal my saddlebag?
Steal? Me? Why, I never.
I was holding on to it for you, Dee. You just left it lying around. It was on my horse. I know. It's enough to make a poor kid jealous.
Robin, stop this. You're not a child.
Sure I am. Look at me. A true kid at heart.
So am I to assume that the druid's account is true? They followed you through a ley line, after you made off with their things for some inexplicable reason? Seems plausible. Right. Well, that's one problem sorted, at least. Now we know for certain it was an accident. That should help when I explain this mess to the king. What?
Oh, you don't really have to drag him into all this, do you?
With all that's, happened recently, he might not take too kindly to... Of course I have to tell him. This is a matter of security. But I could just pop them back over right now and no one's the wiser. Except me, you, the druid, anyone they may tell. Psh, you can keep a secret, can't you, Dee?
Robin.
Mave!
This is serious. Accident or not, you forced us into a sensitive diplomatic situation. Oh, I got it. Big man said he wanted eyes on the inside, didn't he? Well, here you go. Eyes on the inside, trustworthiness certified. We can just tell him that and ignore the other bits. What? No. No, I'm not going to lie to the king. It's not a lie, just a little bit of bullshit. And we all do a little bit of bullshitting from time to time, don't we, Mave? After all, this isn't exactly the first time, Hold your tongue. Smiling, Robin proceeds to stick out their tongue and hold it. Physically. You stay here with the druid. I'm going to find the king and request a private audience with all three of us. And we're going to be forthright with him. But... in the meanwhile, keep a low profile for once, would you? As Mave begins to walk away, Robin swerves around and grabs me by the shoulders.
Could you help me out here, would you?
No. I blink. And why the hell would I do that? You robbed me! Robin lets her arms fall to the side as she sighs loudly. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because both our hides are on the line? I cross my arms and step away from Robin. Even if that's true, I trust Mave a great deal more than I trust you. So whatever it is you're scheming, I'll have no part in it. What? Me scheming? Why, I never... I glare at him. Okay, you win.
But could you at least do me one teensy tiny little favor?
How teensy tiny are we talking? The teensiest. I just need you to hold something for a bit. I heave a labored sigh. No. No. Absolutely not. Ugh, you're not much fun, are you? Oh well. Without another word, Robin saunters over to the dining table and picks up a loaf of bread and an entire boat of gravy, only to then immediately nudge a fellow to their left and hand the latter off to them, gesturing down towards the end of the table. I don't like the look of this. But before I can even think to intervene on whatever this is, the hapless accomplice has already shrugged and started making their way down the room, shouting all the while. Didn't, Naya and Eve ask for some gravy over there? Nay and Eve. Oh wait, Naya and Eve. Right, okay, got it. Robin smiles mischievously, watching and waiting. Suddenly, she looks back over at me, giving me a brief once-over before tearing off a strip of bread. Want some? I narrow my eyes and shake my head. Suit yourself. Robin then pops the torn piece into her mouth and chucks the rest of the bread clean across the room, with the same speed and precision she threw my saddlebag earlier. Only this time, the poor lad with the gravy boat didn't have a strong lady friend to stop him from getting smacked upside the head, nor from tripping over and dumping the contents of the gravy boat. Splat. Right onto Mave, just as she was about to leave the throne room. More... Oh god, I'm so... who threw that? My mouth hangs wide open, as does everyone else in the room. Except for Robin, who immediately leaps back over to me. Oh my, what a terrible turn of events. Poor Maeve's gonna have to find a change of clothes. Despite Robin's joviality, it does nothing to penetrate the fraught tension that now proliferates the room. Everyone has stopped eating, stopped talking. There's not a sound to be heard other than the faint drip, drip, drip of gravy onto the stonework floors. Mave, meanwhile, has yet to say anything at all, nor even move from her spot by the door. Her back is completely turned to us, rendering it impossible to see her face, or read her expression. The silence is unnerving, even to Robin, who exhales a wry chuckle.
It's all gravy there, maybe?
Lord Almighty. I couldn't have said it worse myself. Everyone who is not named Robin Goodfellow. She has horns, she's mischievous, is she Yuno? Well, she's also got the pinned back bangs and like the side pieces on the hair. It's looking more and more meat-coated by the second. Maybe I am Robin. Haha, uh-oh. Kindly stand aside. With militant obedience, everyone standing between Mave and Robin step out of the way, leaving a clear pathway for Mave to march down. Too flat, though? I guess that's true. Which she does quickly and with direct focus. Someone's looking a little mad, huh? Come on now, I'm sure they didn't mean to. Mave, steel-faced, drops a hand onto Robin's shoulder.
Robin.
Uh-oh.
Yes?
Goat is back on the menu.
What? They didn't stand a chance. Within seconds, Mave had effortlessly hoisted Robin up over her head. Then she tossed him in a clean line down the table, hitting every item on it along the way. Impressively, it takes about a solid 30 seconds for Robin to come to a skidding halt, now totally slathered from head to hoof in cake, tomato, mashed potato, and so on. She groans as she hobbles into an upright position, wiping the slurry of food from her face. Welp. Can't say I was expecting that. Good. Learned your lesson then? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'll take a big sip. I am already sitting quite straight, but thank you for the posture check as well. Nope. Suddenly, Robin springs to his feet, standing high atop the table with an entire tray of disparate food items, which he begins to pelt out wildly and with reckless abandon, having no care for anyone he may hit in the process.
I know only escalation!
This creature. Bollocks! Mave, sensing her waning choice in the matter, attempts to rush Robin and get her to stop, but by now it's too late. Mave may be strong, but Robin is quick. The game is on, and clearly Robin intends to win. He skips down the table, tossing food everywhere, including back at Mave herself. A few bystanders attempt to slow Robin down by slinging food back at him, but not all of them meet their mark, which then inevitably results in a few cases of mistaken intent. And with it, retaliation. Soon enough, with the feast itself half trashed and intoxication already running rampant through the crowd, others begin to participate in the mayhem in earnest. Mave briefly tries to yell some sense in people, but she goes unheard in and amongst the pandemonium. Nothing is able to escape the pure, unadulterated chaos of culinary warfare, as the walls, floors, and people between them get thoroughly smeared and soiled. It's nothing short of a miracle that I haven't been caught in the fray yet myself, but I know it's only a matter of time for me, so... Hide. I duck and cover underneath the dining table, obviously. I'm not getting these fancy Sealy clothes dirty. The battle rages on for a while, though I have no way of knowing what's happening out there beyond what I can see through the flurry of legs and hear above me. But from what I can tell, Robin has remained for the most part on top of the table, zipping up and down, stirring up the chaos further, as Mave continues to shout at them to stand down. Suddenly, though, even as it seems the madness will never end.
What are you all doing?
King's gonna be pissed. Oh, we get the king's proposal too. Chapter 8, last one. Ikozo, ikozo. All the joviality that was once present in the unseelie throne room abruptly dies. No one speaks, no one whispers, no one even dares to move. I strain my head from under the table, trying to catch a glimpse at the person whose mere presence managed to cut through Robin's calculated chaos in one fell swoop. It's no use, though. Between the throng of people, I can't see anything at all. But I can still hear.
So is this what is to become of my father's court? The Dagda's feast, put to waste and desecrated. Chaos and tomfoolery at the very seat of our hard-fought throne.
My king.
My king, permit me to... explain. It is plain enough. Oh god, I forget how to pronounce this one. Toujours, right. It is plain enough, Toujours.
I'm sorry, my king. Things got out of hand.
There's a long, palpable silence. I hold my breath, waiting in anticipation for what the king does next.
All guests are to leave the premises effective immediately. Inform those still yet waiting to join in on the Dagda's feast that it will recommence tomorrow. And know that tonight's hunger was brought about by your actions here.
Now go. I hear murmurs and the swift shuffling of feet from all around me. Thinking fast, I try to duck out from under the table and sneak outside with the crowd, but I can't. My cloak strains on my neck. Looking back, I see that it got snagged in a groove on the table legs. By the time I manage to unhook myself, there aren't enough people close by to hide me. I'd be spotted leaving for sure. Eventually, I hear the doors close again, so I shuffle to the middle of the table to avoid being seen. The room descends into silence. Spare for the heavy and rapidly succeeding footsteps of, presumably, the king against the stone floors.
Flan!
Flynn! Slow down there, buddy. There's no need to... Ah! Plan on Maklu? Makes sense.
Robin.
Isn't there, good fellow? Unable to help myself, I press myself low and peek around the table legs, trying to observe what's going on. Oh, I did not expect the king to look like that. Hi. Hey. Hey. Hi. Hey. I can't see much, but I do see the king. Tall, fiery-haired, and scowling. And I see Robin, hooves dangling midair, as the king hoists her up by the scruff of her neck. It doesn't seem to be hurting her, though. At least no more than a mother cat hurts her kittens. Because I can think of no one more flagrantly disrespectful as to instigate. Hey, king. Flenon?
Flanon, Maklu.
Yeah, Flenon. Flenon, put them down. But he... started it? Yes, but I also accelerated the matter to an extent. Are you going to wring me out by the neck? Is this true? Robin proceeds to nod their head vigorously.
Yup. We're all blasphemers here.
The king abruptly drops Robin, who lands with an ungraceful clatter to the ground.
You dropped me on a fork? I'm forking smarts.
Ha 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 ha, get it? Forking? Really funny, Robin, good job. 10 out of 10 joke. If only any part of you was smart. In any case, I suppose both of you will have the profoundest pleasure of picking up every breadcrumb in this room tonight. I'll not have the servants, waste their labor on such nonsense. Understood. Robin, despite her whining, springs up from the ground with surprising elasticity, but still makes a show of rubbing down her Yauchi. Sure thing, Chief. Good. Now then, perhaps one of you can tell me who that might be under the table? My eyes widen as I scramble away from my peeping spot, as though this would turn me invisible again. Just how long had he noticed I was there? Strangely, though, I don't hear the conversation continue. Squinting, I crane my head slightly to the side, but all I hear are some whisperings, and then... I flinch and scurry myself slightly backward, now face to face with the king, who just seemingly lifted the entire table up with one hand, effortlessly. Manum. The king stares me down, his face inscrutable. Then wordlessly, he thrusts his free hand out to me, his palm turned upward. Mamie! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! Hope you guys had a good stream. Let me give a shout out to Miss Mamie. Magical Mamie. Magical Mamie. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. We are on the final chapter of the common route for this game. We are meeting the king of the Unseelie Court. He just lifted up an entire table. Because we were hiding underneath it. So he lifted the whole table up and is now offering his hand to me. And I'm just like, damn. A whole table? Crazy. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you guys had a good time over there. We'll be wrapping up this one because we're, like I said, we're on the last part, so it shouldn't be much longer. But I hope you stick around if you would like to. Okay, palm turned upward. I should take it, probably. I glance between the king's face and his hand. Gingerly, I reach out and take it. His hand is firm and calloused, not to mention significantly larger than mine. Still, his hold is not aggressive, as he only uses enough force to help me out from under the table. Soon enough, I'm back on my feet again, and caught between the three collective stares of Robin, Mave, and the king of the Unseelie Court. I fidget in my spot, waiting anxiously for someone to say something, do something. For anything to happen, really. Still, I don't dare speak up first. I don't believe that belongs to you. I raise my head, furrowing my brow slightly at the king. Sorry? Without further elaboration, the king simply lifts his hand to me and hooks his finger beneath the clasp of Mave's cloak.
This. Remove it.
The king's hand falls away from me. Instinctively, I look towards Mave and Robin. But their faces tell me nothing. It seems between the three of us, all we can collectively feel is worry. With a sigh, and not much else I can do, I hesitantly remove the cloak, prompting the king to stand up straighter with a hard expression on his face. I see. Another present from the Seelie Court. The king cranes his head to the side, glaring at Robin. What? What? Why do you always assume it's my fault? It always is. But it's not this time. Not really. They just fell through one of the ley lines before it closed behind me. I didn't mean... How curious. Then I gather the assured security of your method of travel is an outright lie, then? Who else might you have accidentally let in, I wonder? The king's words cause everyone else to fall silent for a moment. A grave tension in the air. Flan, let's not jump to conclusions. Yeah. And besides, it only happened because they were chasing me. Chasing you? Why? The king glances down my way, anticipating an answer. He stole my things.
Uh-oh.
Well, more like borrowed without permission?
Robin.
Yes, sir?
Never speak again.
Okay. The scowl on the king's face deepens. He brings his hand to his face and pinches the bridge of his nose. Robin agreed so easily, just like, okay, yippee. An excuse to no longer put my foot in my mouth, or my hoof in my mouth. Ahaha. Well then, this is a profoundly idiotic state of affairs. You two, I want this place spotless by tomorrow. Of course. Yep, you can count on us. And you. The king turns to face me abruptly. You come with me. With that, the king briskly walks past me and over to the doors. I feel my heart beating in my ears, and my fear is unbidden, falling from my mouth. What are you going to do with me? The king stops in his tracks, peering over his shoulder. Violating the court's treaty of mutual surrender is a grave offense, Druid. What is to be done remains to be seen. One last time, I look at Mave and Robin. Mave smiles at me softly, nodding her head. And Robin, of course, winks. That wink is not helpful. Also, don't wink at me. I don't want you doing that. Don't wink at me. I sigh, breathing deep, and follow after the king. The unseelie king and I traverse through the castle halls without a single word passing between us. His stride is swift, but he does not attempt to overpower me, and in fact glances over his shoulder from time to time to make sure I'm keeping up. But my stomach twists and turns the longer we walk. Where is he taking me, and for what purpose? Robin and Mave seem to be confident enough that the king is reasonable and that he won't take drastic action. But is that true? So far, he seems temperamental and austere, even self-righteous. And what's worse, he has good reason to distrust me. Oh, I just got the notif for the raid over on the YouTube side as well, but thank you, baby! Welcome in, raiders on the YouTube side as well. Hello, 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 hi, hey. Hi, hey, hello. We are on the last section of the common route for this visual novel that I am playing called The Good People. Everyone, did you know Yuno has a Twitch? Yes, I have a Twitch. It's in the description of this stream also as well. But yes, I do have a Twitch. Fancy seeing you streaming tonight? Yeah, I do be streaming a lot. Hello. But yes, I have a Twitch and I am active on it now because YouTube has been evil to me. You can see Twitch chat at the bottom. But yeah, I multi-stream. I multi-stream. Hi, hey. But you're still allowed to watch on YouTube if you'd like. That's fine too. Maybe he was late commenting because she was yapping at us on YouTube and making us feel bad. Oh no! Well, it happens. I also get caught up rambling sometimes. I must say it is quite relatable, so it's fine. But thank you guys for following, Maxter00, Michael Higgs, and Matsky. Thank you guys for following on the Twitch side. Thank you, thank you. Purple wave. Something like that, I guess. We're on the bottom. Yes, you're scrolling around on the bottom of the screen. Which one is preferred to watch at? You can watch on either one. Twitch is where I am actually monetized. However, Twitch does have ads. So that is something you would have to put up with. My YouTube is currently unmonetized. But if you still want to watch here, I don't mind the views. Thumbs up. If you want to support me financially, though, it would probably be Twitch. YouTube is mostly just for, like, when I first explained this, I said it was kind of like a legacy thing. It's because, I don't really want to give up on my YouTube necessarily, even though YouTube has been very mean and evil to me. But you can watch on either one. I don't really mind. Whatever is the most enjoyable viewership experience for you is fine with me. Do you want my card collecting Twitch widget? Maybe. I'm always down to find new widgets. I don't really like ones that keep them too distracted from the stream, but I can at least look into them. YouTube can be used to archive? Yeah, basically. But I do still have it, like, running simultaneously because it also makes the VOD save more quickly. Make it priced high. Bushido Bob, thank you for the follow. So we can't have fishing, Yuno? Yeah, no fishing, sorry. Oh, and thank you for subscribing too. Super appreciated. No fish. I want you locking in, paying attention to the Yuno Hanaki content. Stares at you. Why would you want to fish? My ADHD? I don't know, dude. Do something else on the side if you must, but not during my stream. I don't want to see my chat just filled with people being like, fish, fish, fish. Pay attention to me! I don't ask for much. I'm already the second monitor streamer, so like... It'd get worse if the people that are in my chat are only there to fish. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I will stretch now. That's what I tell him. I'm with you, Magical Mamie. I do not understand. I mean, if it makes people happy, that's one thing, I guess, but I'm probably not going to implement too much stuff like that. Ugh. I think it can be cute and silly, but I also find it to be quite distracting. Oi! Oh dear. Well, I guess I should have figured that this could be used for evil. How many points have you been racking up to be able to do this? Alright, well, I'm sorry, Mamie. Also, I meant to... You're just joking? Are you sure? If you're joking, I'm gonna redeem your point. Or not redeem, I'm gonna give back your points. If it's a joke, I'm just gonna give you back your points. I think the rest of these I did, though, so I'm gonna hit complete. Take them as punishment? No, you can have your points back. But anyway, speaking of Mamie, I should make Mamie either... Yeah, I should... VIP. I have plenty of VIP spots. There we go. Glorp Mamie will remember this. Also, why did a hype train start? I guess because of the subscribers coming in? That's kind of a belated reaction. Thanks, Twitch. Hype train, woo! Okay. Time to lock back in. I want to find out what the deal is going to end up being with this king. He seems like he's going to be an archetype I enjoy. Which means that I'm going to be torn between 2 characters in this game. Actually, 3. Yeah, I have a top 3. The others did not appeal to me as much, but I do have a top 3 right now. Oh boy. Well, we'll see where the king ends up falling in there. He could either be number 2 or number 3, depending on how this last chapter goes. Go harem end simple as, if only more games actually had harem endings. Unfortunately, they don't. Especially the way this game does it. They've already released the first half of 2 of the available routes. The second half is coming at the end of the year. But they're slowly releasing more of the character routes in like installments like that, like separate books. So really doesn't have an option for a harem ending. Miss the 2000s VN harem ends. I understand. I also like the idea of just like polyamorous endings. Just like, why can't I just hold hands with everybody? I'm so bad at choosing. But like, in this game in particular, I guess it kind of makes sense. Just with how they've chosen to split up the narrative. Maybe someday. There is actually like a full-on otome. Oh my. Valorant? Thanks? R2 my D2, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And thank you, Valorant, for adding one. Sorry, the big pop-up for Valorant was very distracting. I don't even play Valorant. What are you doing here? Thanks. Valorant's doing a promo this September. But like, I've gotten gift subs before this and they didn't come from Valorant either. Also, Cacophony SZ, thank you for the follow. That means we hit the follower goal, it looks like. Yippee! Sometimes they have a chance to give bonus subs. I guess that's why. It was only a chance. It started later in the month, but like I've been streaming the past few days, though. It's not like I haven't been streaming. None of them rolled for Valorant, though. It's fine. It's funny. It's fine. I don't really care that much. It's just, it's weird that it popped up now. Hashtag unlucky, hashtag skill issue. Yeah, I guess hashtag skill issue. The gacha was not in my favor, but it is today. So thank you. Like hitting the SSR in the gacha. True. True. Minimum 5 gifted to proc though? Yeah, and I've gotten gifted like 10 and 20 a couple of times, and it didn't proc. So that's what I mean when I say gacha bad. Gacha roll not good. Sometimes it be like that though. Whoops, I opened the wrong thing. YouTube chat, come back. There you are. Anyway, I guess it really was just like a bad gacha roll thing. That's kind of funny. Alright, anyways. Let's continue. Him. My unintended transgressions aside, he thinks, like everyone else does, that I'm a member of the Sealy Court, and an important member at that. Right now, for all intents and purposes, he and I are enemies. We're here. I startle a little as the king's sudden announcement pulls me out of my musings. Where's here? Looking around, we don't seem to be anywhere in particular, just standing in front of an inconspicuous door, somewhere fairly out of the way on the other side of the castle. My bedchambers. I raise my eyebrows but have no time to respond. The king immediately turns the door handle, opening it wide, and... Oh my god, he's got doggies! Bark, bark, bork! Doggies! Ugh. Unable to stop what's about to happen, I find myself being tackled to the ground by 3 large dogs, all bounding out past the king in quick succession. There's nothing I can do but lie there, flat and helpless, as I'm mercilessly stepped on, nuzzled, and licked.
Ugh.
You love Faye? Faye here? Hi, Feyra! Yes, I do love the Faye. I love Faye very much. I love Faye very, very much. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Don't call them bears! Also, I have to learn how to say these names. Hold on. Conry, Conal, Kuan?
Kunri, Kunal, Kuan.
Conal, Kuan. Okay, so the only one I got wrong was Conal. Conry, Conal, Kuan. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. They love you. Yuno love you! Conry, Conal, Kuan, stop that. Despite the king's commands, there's seemingly no end to the onslaught. I'm surrounded on all sides, and they're much too big for me to shove aside or squirm away from in a hurry. Eventually, the king is forced to come to my direct aid, kneeling down and pushing past the dogs in order to grab hold of my arm and pull me up. There are worse ways to go. I do quite love dogs. There are worse ways to perish, I fear. These Irish names, are these the dogs of Coleman? Perhaps. This is a game that is set in like Tirnanog, so there's been a lot of like Irish Gaelic terms throughout that I've been trying to learn how to pronounce. So there's probably also a lot of references to Irish mythology. Mm-hmm. Fae vibes, Fae culture, Tirnanog, the different seasonal courts, the Sealy and Unsealy court, etc., etc. Yippee! Thank you for the hype train. What emote did I get? Oh, I got a cute one. Hello there. Choo-choo. Nice. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it focus in on your titties, sir. That's not my intention, I promise. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean it. Okay. Get a hold of yourselves. You know better. Sorry about that. They're very excitable. Still regaining my bearings, all I can manage is a breathless nod and a weary smile. Anyway, come in. The king stands aside for me and the dogs, who all run back into the room ahead of he and I. After giving the king a brief glance, I turn my head downward again and follow suit. As I step inside, the first thing I notice is that the king's room is remarkably plain? Or at the very least, unkingly. It's not terribly big or fancy. There's some shelves, a table, a cluttered rug for the dogs, and some chairs, with a footstool by the fire. But I could just as well see this room belonging to Mave, or even an unimportant servant. There's no sense of status, nothing beyond sheer utility. Did the king choose this room? It's odd in hindsight that it's so down and out of the way. My name is Jeff. Thank you for announcing it. I don't think I would have known if you didn't announce it. Stranger still, though, is what's missing from the room entirely. Namely, a bed. Could it be in that other room with the locked door? No, locked is the wrong word for it. The door is bolted shut from the outside with not one but two locks and a large plank of wood. I find myself staring at it longer than I should. Take a seat. I whirl back around to the king's gaze, putting the strange door out of my mind. I get the feeling it's the last thing I ought to be asking about at the moment, so I simply follow the king's gesture over to the fireside and sit down. In the meanwhile, the three dogs pile onto the rugs down and around my feet, all panting and warming themselves by the fire. As for the king, he remains standing, leaning back against the table, where he then removes his eye patch, placing it down beside him. Ooh, you get to see a look at the scar. Pretty. I didn't expect him to do that, and I'm surprised by what I see. There's a redness around the eye. Perhaps a burn mark? But the eye itself has something strange about it too, though I can't quite put my finger on it.
Think me handsome, do you?
Yes. I slap my hand immediately over my mouth. Christ, why did I say that? Do you guys see him blushing? He fell for it. This man's just like, oh wow, you think I'm handsome? I didn't think I'd get this far. I am ready, sir. I am prepared for what is to come, sir. Unfortunate, given the circumstances. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... The king holds up his hand, seemingly just as eager to move on from the subject as I. Tell me what you know of the War of the Courts, Druid of the Seelie Court. I sit up straighter and tilt my head, racking my brain for what to say. He fell for you. I'm winning. The visual novel romantic dating sim master is at work. My Riz 100. My Riz 200 actually. Not much. Not much, I'm afraid. All that was a while before my time. Which by all accounts is a true statement. I just got here. Just as well. No doubt whatever you've heard has been colored by Seelie bias anyway. I will be as brief as I can. Once, Tirnanog was a united land, at least in name. The 4 provinces were ruled over by the unbroken lineage of... I can't read. Boddirog?
Bodjarog.
Boddirog. Oh my god, that sounded so hard.
Bodjarog.
Boddirog. Okay. Ruled over by the unbroken lineage of Boddirog, Song of the Dagda, who was himself of Danu's progeny. He was elected to rule by the kings of the old world, and the blood of the goddess sanctified his reign, as well as his descendants thereafter. Bob Derek? No! Stop. Yet, despite this honored lineage, Tirnanog found itself plagued by a fool. Yeah, this is what I thought. King Henri. He was weak, ignorant, and turned a blind eye to the grotesque greed of the... Oh my god, words. Fla?
Fla.
Fla. Okay.
And then the plural. Flaha.
Fla. Flaha, I guess. So, he turned a blind eye to the grotesque greed of the Flaha, and to the corruption in his own court as well. Half the land was inundated by abject poverty and squalor. The average... Sile? Oh, Kayla. I can't read.
Kayla. And then the plural. Kaylee.
Kayla... Okay. The average Kayla, the average freeman, could hardly afford to eat, and what remained of their meager earnings were either returned to the Flaha in tribute or outright stolen. I love Bob Derek. Stop it! This is to say nothing of the unfree. Oh god, there's more words! Bohawk?
Bohawk.
Okay, Bohawk.
And then the plural. Bohaka.
Bohaka and Shenkleha? Or no, Shenklehi.
Shenkleha. And then the plural. Shenklehi.
I'm dying. Shenklehi. Bohaka and Shenklehi were often no better off than Furi? Furi?
Fur. And then the plural. Fur.
Four? It's just four more... Okay, sure. No better off than four in their manner of living, and all were subject to grueling, backbreaking labor in the fields and mines. Your girl's doing her best. I'm learning a lot of new words today, okay? Shenklei's my favorite sheriff. Stop. Be nice. Do not mistake me, though. Our nobility was not a unique evil. Faulius and Phineas played no small part in the subjugation of Murius and Gorius as well. After all, the king did nothing to prevent the indefinite inflation of spring and summer's critical exports, such as produce. In that sense, the autumn and winter... Tierney?
Tierna. Tierney.
Tierney. Okay. In that sense, the autumn and winter Tierney must have felt justified in working my people to their brink. Not for their sake, of course. Flaha only concerned themselves with the maintenance of their own wealth. Gods forbid they ever forgo a decadent feast. Regardless...
The most vulnerable people of Tirnanog were suffering, living existences of pure misery. Good, honest, hard-working folk would watch their children starve. And yet, not one member of the ruling class did anything to stop it. Much less the king.
They were only common folk, after all. Their deaths only mattered if it impacted the amount of wealth they cultivated for their superiors. The quality of their lives was not worthy of consideration at all. We were in dire straits. So much so that it came to the point that the gods had no choice but to intervene. This is not the first time that the... Oh, I'm so bad at remembering this.
Tuha de Danon.
Tuha. Okay. This is not the first time the Tuha Day had faced such vile adversity. But in those days, it was the... Please. Famora? Famora?
Famoira.
Oh, okay, I'm wrong. Fucking okay. But in those days, it was the Famoira who kept us bound and repressed. Not our own people. My head spins as I take in all of this, but one question sticks out in my mind. Who are the Famoira? I'm surprised you don't know, Druid. The Famoira are the ancient enemies of the Tuha de Danin, a monstrous tribe that inhabited Inishfal long before your people or mine. When the Tuhade arrived on the shores of the Isle of Destiny, we were enslaved by the Famoira, but my ancestors fought back. We won Inishfal, installed our own kings, and drove the Famoira out. Permanently. Their struggle and our struggle are not so dissimilar. The High Kings... Nuada? Nuada and Luch inspired the Tuhade to rise up and free themselves from their oppressors. Likewise, we too were inspired by great men to fight against our feckless king and tyrannical nobility. One was Finn, a druid like yourself. And the other was... oh my god, I can't read! Lugad. And the other was Lugad, a renowned warrior and tactician. My father. The king suddenly turns away from me for a moment so that I cannot see his face. To be fair, I wouldn't be able to say 90% of these names right. I'm really glad that they have the pronunciation guide and that every time the word comes up, you can re-click on it to relearn. Because the amount of times that I forget how to pronounce some of these words... some of them are starting to register in my brain more, but I am still learning. I'm very baby.
He was an unparalleled leader and an inspiration to us all. All that we have today was wrought by his hands.
What happened in the end? So, what happened then, in the end? The king is silent for a moment, then turns back around to me. We got close. Very, very close. But not close enough. We lost Finn and many more good men in what would be our last fight, to capture this very castle. From here, we were meant to push on to... Tever, right? From here, we were meant to push on to Tever, and I wanted to keep going. We were dealt a blow, but victory was at our fingertips. But the Seelie called for a ceasefire, to negotiate terms. It was a mutual surrender, and my father accepted.
We didn't lose. We did not lose.
But we didn't win either. No one did.
Ugh.
Instead, we're stuck in this godforsaken stalemate. We kept the territories we conquered, but the embargo between the courts is suffocating us far more than it is them. And now... well, never mind. I didn't tell you all this to make you pity us. I squirm awkwardly in my seat. Then, why have you? First things first, I won't be sending you to the block, so you needn't look at me so sullenly. Truth. Yeah, true short. I'm doing my best. Jolo Dog, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. But it isn't on Trujor or Goodfellow's word, nor is it because I trust you.
It's because, and only because, your death benefits the Seelie more than it benefits us.
With no disrespect to you or your capabilities, you're an expendable asset to the Seelie. If you die, another druid will take your place. But you all are important enough to cause a stir. Treaty or no treaty, they'll call your execution first blood.
This so-called peace, this pathetic truce, it was never meant to last. It was only ever the Seelie's last-ditch effort to stop the oncoming tide, to give them time to regather their strength.
But, to their credit, it worked. We're weaker now than we were then, having lost not one of our patriarchs, but two. Finn lost to the war, and now Lugad. Murdered. I stare at the king, my mouth agape. What? It is not common knowledge. Only the closest in my circle know. And now, so do you. Sorry. I'm in shock. I can't believe what the king is telling me. I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. Sorry. Most Seelie thought of Lugad as a villain, a traitor. Why should you care about his manner of death? Well, I can't know the state of his character either way. But he was still your father, and you his son. Thank you. But I don't tell you this in hopes of reaching a sympathetic ear. I want you to help me find the bastard who killed him, and if the Seelie are to blame. I nearly choke on the air, all manner of color leaving my face. One of the dogs looks up at me, startled by the sound. You what? But I... Are the court druid to the Seelie Queen, yes. If this was her plot, or the doing of another member, you are close enough to the beast's beating heart to discover its nature.
I'm no fool, though. I don't believe I've swayed your loyalties just by relaying to you this tale. For all I know, the moment I release you, you'll go crawling back to the Queen. Of course, if you do, keep in mind the Seelie will be more inclined to honor the treaty than I, at present. So I'd advise against it.
Besides, I can offer you something that the Seelie Queen cannot, or perhaps more accurately, will not. Hiyori! Thank you so much for the double raid on both Twitch and YouTube. Thank you! 2 raids into Yuno. I'm winning today. I'm collecting all of the raids. Let's freaking go, gamers. Let me give you the shout out over on the Twitch side. Thank you. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, guys. Hello, hello. This is something. 2. Count them. 2. You know, you're streaming at this time. I was like, you know, at this hour. I'm trapped. I'm 4 hours in. This is the last chapter of this common route, though, so I'll probably be ending in a little bit-ish. I don't know how much longer I have in this section before it, like, ends off on the big cliffhanger. But yes, I am streaming at this time. I am trapped. Help. You know, love, heal love! And made me love too, of course. Thank you guys for the raid. Thank you. So feel free to stick around if you would like. For those of you who might not know me, I am Yuno Hanaki. I am the one and only Oiran of indie V-singer group Mielun. I'm a variety streamer, I guess. I mostly play a lot of comfy, cozy, casual games, lots of indie games, lots of story-heavy games, JRPGs. Currently, I'm in the midst of the Fall in Love Festival, which is a visual novel festival showcase thing, where every visual novel that I'm playing has a romance element, so you can date the characters. It's not always like girls dating boys or boys dating girls or what have you. There's like mixes of everything. Basically, if there's a love element, it's in this festival. And there's a bunch of different genres too. There's murder mysteries, there's like scary horror ones, there's like more lighthearted comedy ones. Basically, lots of different things. This one is focused on like Celtic, Gaelic, Irish mythology stuff. It's been super fun. I've been learning a lot of Irish and like Gaelic words. Am I good at pronouncing them? Kind of. I'm doing my best. But yes, welcome in. Feel free to stick around for a little bit if you would like. I don't know how much longer this part's gonna be though, because this is chapter 8 and there's only 8 chapters in this like common route section. 4 hours is a long time to be reading, as much as I love to read out loud and voice act and stuff. Reading in English is already hard enough. Yeah, imagine having to then read in Gaelic. That's been my life this entire stream. You go back to the beginning of this VOD and it's literally me clicking on every single word, like, what is this? What is this? How do I say this? 4 hours of non-stop voice acting seems real hard. It can be. Luckily, this one hasn't really had too much, like, emotional intensity to it. So it's just been a lot of, like, straight talking, for better or for worse. But it has partial voice acting, so I haven't had to do as much. I'm still reading a grand majority, but there are a lot of lines that have been recorded by the voice actors, which has been nice for me. I get like little breaks to drink water where I don't have to think about it as hard. But yeah, some of the other streams I've done, it's been like 4 or 5 hours of just straight pure voice acting. Speaking of, oh, thank you for the hydrate. And thank you, Chaos1426, for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Taking sippy water. Straight VAing is hard. It is, but I am okay. I always make sure to do a little bit of warm-ups beforehand so that I can be ready, so I'm locked in. It's just that I also know that my limit is like 4 or 5 hours. 5 is probably like the max because that's how long I did for Lover's Enigma, and Lover's Enigma had a lot of like crazy intense acting parts because our main character was mentally unraveling, so she had a lot of breakdowns. So that one was probably like the hardest example. All these other ones have had some like emotional beats that are like up and down kind of intensity wise. But that one was probably the hardest and also the longest. Maybe Rotten Roots would be the next longest, but I was doing that one with a friend, so the line split was like cut in half, basically. Was not nearly as much of a strain. Anyway. Besides, I can offer you something that the Seelie Queen cannot, or perhaps more accurately, will not. And what's that? Your freedom. Your freedom to leave. I don't claim to be privy to the ins and outs of magic or how it works, but I know desperation when I look it in the eye. No Seelie is as skinny as you. You've been starving yourself, trying to open one of the waypoints out of Tirnanog and into Inishfal, haven't you? No, don't even bother responding. I know it's true. I've seen others try it during the height of the war and die in the process. You should know that one druid isn't enough to break through Danu's seal, except for maybe the Archdruid. And even then. Your window of time is brief. Maybe you do somehow manage the ritual all by yourself. You still have maybe a minute or two before the waypoint closes again. You could die, or get lost in the void between. Forever. It isn't a risk worth taking. Trust me. Besides, as you know, the Order of the Eternal Flame took no side in the war, and agreed to assist both dominions in druidic and godly affairs. What I'm saying is, I have the power to ask that you be let free. And I will, upon my honor, should you decide to help us. I don't know. I understand that you've had a very long day, so I will give you 3 days of sanctuary to make your choice. Even if you are a spy, you won't find out much in that time. After that, you will no longer be welcome here, and must either return to the Seelie or face the consequences of your actions, accident or not. Understood? I nod and find myself wordlessly rising to my feet. I wasn't dismissed, but I need to get out of this room. I need to think. Puffin M, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. The king, for his part, does not stop me, but as I begin to open the door...
Child of meal.
Meal. Okay, that's what I thought. I've never left the Seelie, parentheses, silly. Yeah, true. I've never left the Seelie. One last thing, child of meal. Tentatively, I look over my shoulder.
This story is bigger than you and your desires. Remember that as you make your choice.
I say nothing, closing the door behind me. The saddlebag slips from my hand, the treasures it contains sprawling out across the floor below me. I can scarcely bear to look. Oh my god, I cannot even begin to guess how I would say this. Der Fais Shad go far. Yeah, I can't. Derfra Shied go vour me boss.
Därför sker gå för med boss.
Därför sker gå för med boss. That's so hard to say! Ay, 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 ay. They make this girl say the full sentences all the time, and I'm just like, can't you just choose like one? Go devour my what? Please be mature.
Därför sker gå för med boss.
Därför sker gå för med boss. Därför sker gå för med boss. I think. Also, where did you get the D in all of that? You got it wrong anyway. You should be making a vor joke. What did you call me? My boss? Därför sker gå för med boss. Okay. Därför sker gå för med boss. This poor girl. She's really going through it. I avoid making jokes like that, but maybe don't. There's a door. It is sealed shut. Can I unlock it? Password? The door does not heed your words. How frustrating. You are certain you had the right words written down somewhere. Try guessed. Did you leave it at home? In your pocket? I'll try guessed. That could be funny. Guessed. Nope. At home in your pocket. What does that mean? ABC 1, 2, 3. Was there a word? I'm trying to remember if there was anything that we experienced in the game so far that would work as a password. Pineapple? I don't think pineapple exists in like 1500s Ireland. Maybe the password is password? Ay, ay, ay. No. It is not password. Reset password? Oh, shit. To verify your identity and retrieve new passwords, some personal information must be collected. Proceed? Okay. Your name? L. Your date of birth? February. Oh god, wait. February 3rd. Your pronouns. She, her. Your social security. No. Alternative question, your credit card number. No, also. Identity confirmed. Not a fan of the fact that that's how they confirm. Click here to proceed. Okay, where is here? Oh shit, oh, it's horse time. Oh, what the fuck? What is all this? Horse, 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 horse. Horse mention. What is this? Hey, Robin, cut it out. Ah, okay. Suddenly, flickering fire emanates from underneath the door. The door opens, but for some reason you cannot see through it. The dark energy emitted from what is presumably a room makes you feel somewhat uneasy. I made it this far. And I go. Okay. Oh. Horse! Horse mode! Horse. You know what? Horse. I will go bed now. Have a good one. Rest well. Does this... Oh. No! They took it! Want this name back, don't ya? Should have thought of that before giving it up so willingly. Usually I would just say no because that was our deal, but since I'm feeling generous, how about this? Let's play a game. If you win, you get the name back. Otherwise, what's yours is mine. Deal? Okay. Excellent. Good luck! Congratulations, you are one of today's lucky 10,000. You have been invited to the wild hunt and are selected as the prey. Godspeed. What? What am I doing? Okay. Sure. Do I have to... You died? Try again? What am I supposed to do? Pick a mode. Casual or freestyle? What? Casual? I don't understand what it wants me to do. Maybe I just don't do anything? Oh no, they're hurting me. What? I don't get it. What do you want me to do here? I want the name back. Bullet hell? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Wakata. So I just have to avoid the horses. I thought I had to click them. Horse. Guys, I'm finally playing it. I'm finally playing the horse game. All of this to get Belle back. Please, I need it. Ah, fuck. Nah, I can lock in. Ah! Oh god, oh god. Congrats, you have survived the wild hunt. Try again? No, if I survived, then I should be able to have it, right? Oh, right, I forgot that they took my pronouns, too. The googly eyes on the horses is sending me. It is pretty funny. Do I have to fight for my pronouns? Oh, I just don't have the option to choose she. I guess I could be either he or they. I forgot! They did explicitly say that Robin will just take whatever pronouns you choose. Ah, that's fricked up. Ugh, Robin. When I get my hands on you, Robin Goodfellow. Robin, when I get you. Well, I guess we did basically finish the Book of the Traveler. At least I have to assume I did. Unless I was supposed to not, interact with the door at all. Maybe I was supposed to just walk away and then it would have given me a proper ending. So I believe Soldier and Warrior are the ones that are partially finished. I think Soldier is, Shay, and then Warrior is Mave. I believe these are the two that have the first halves of their routes done. So if we were going to have time to do routes, which I don't think we do, it just would take a bit too long, I fear. At least long in the sense of, I don't want to stay up all night, I have things to do in the morning. So they have 5 chapters, which I believe is out of 10 for the intended character route books. But these 2 are the ones that are being worked on first. So they have some that are already finished, half completed, and then the other half will be done at the end of the year. And then I don't know the release order for the rest of them. I am happy that Mave is one of the first ones because I probably would not choose to do Shay. I was not really into Shay as a character, which I know goes against what I said with one of the other VNs I played, where I mentioned I liked the small and cute ones. But Shay's personality just wasn't doing it for me. I didn't like this idea that even though he was allegedly really close friends to the Dana, he was still like, no, I don't believe. Or, well, sorry, they were like, I don't believe. And I think that's kind of rude. So I don't really vibe with that sort of like super skeptic character. But I like Mave though. Mave is really charming, and her laugh, oh my god, her laugh is so cute. But I'm a bit bummed because like every other character that I'm interested in, not you, every other character that I'm interested in is over here. So I'm probably not going to see the characters that I want to see for a long time, but that's okay. Not you, yeah, not you. Quit stealing my pronouns, you jerk. Anyway. Overall, very charming story, though. Like, I can understand the, like, overall pressures. I like the 3-day mechanic of, like, trying to figure out what you're gonna do with yourself. The choice you're gonna have to make. It's good, I really like it. Oh, would I have to, like, skip to get to the ending? I want to see... I just want to make sure that I actually got through, like, everything. Skipped a choice, yeah. Take it. Explain. Pronunciations go wild, though. Well, that's because that's the language. Oh, right. I forgot that it took away my name still. Not much. Who are the Famoira? Can I don't think I can change anything about my character while I'm here. Well, I guess I could save. And then go back. Give me my name back, you egg. The only thing that's a bummer is that I don't think I can... I don't think it was gonna let me get the pronouns back, because when I went to try and choose them, I mean, they're just not here. Feed pronouns to Robin. Them down, but she... Yeah, okay. Horse mode. I'm so sick of this creature. Port. When multiple sets of pronouns are added, they will all be used with weighted priority. Oh, I didn't need to do all this. Hold on, can I back out? Can I back out? I didn't want to do all this. Oh god. Okay. So I guess... Well, I mean, I guess if I did it, but then I tried to add all of the she, her, hers pronouns, maybe it would work. I mean, I don't really care in particular about the pronouns for the sake of the game. It's just... Dang it, Robin. Give them back. I want my pronouns back. Would you like to reclaim? Oh, I have to buy them. I swear to God. You really be Robin, you play the minigame to be able to buy back the pronouns. It's crazy. I hate. I'm this close. I'm gonna destroy this man. I'm gonna destroy this creature. These are my freaking pronouns. I got them at the pronoun store. Literally, I had to buy them. I literally had to buy them. Oh my god. Well, luckily I have 80 coins, so every time Robin tries to take my freaking pronouns, I've got it. Load bookmark. Okay. What happened in the end? I'm sorry. I'm just making all the same choices because I want to get back here. Oh, a surprise coin. Oh, are the coins gonna be like just randomly in places now, maybe? And you get to snatch them up? I'm not going for this frickin' door. Goodbye. Goodbye, Robin, you jerk. Okay, now it just takes you back to the beginning. Horse. This is so dumb. Horse. Oh, I got back the coins from paying for the she, her pronouns at least. Never gets old. It's pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. Is that really it? It just feels like such a weird place to stop with it. Credits, post-credits, extra. Oh. Actual game credits. Thank you for playing. Oh, you have to survive the credits. Wakata. Okay. I'm learning. Post credits extra. What's this? Oh, okay. You just walk away from the... Okay. So that's where you get the door. Okay. Okay. Maybe if you survive the credits, you get something, but I don't think so. It just feels like a very sudden end. Like, I feel like it would have set it up more if it was gonna leave off like that. Then again, what do I know? Right, this is the side story that has like all of the characters in it a little bit. Glossary. Well, I guess that's basically where it ends then. Huh. I thought it would have had a little bit more of a concrete closure, but it's okay. I guess if they want you to play the routes, maybe you like think about it more like when you're in the specific routes. I guess depending on who you choose though, maybe you just choose to like if you're going for one of the Sealy characters, maybe you just abscond really early. And then if you choose to go for one of the unseelie, then you're like hanging out a bit longer while you're contemplating your choice. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe I will look into playing this game again so we can go through the routes another time. We just definitely shouldn't do it tonight, though. It's already so late. My voice will die. And at least we know how to get back the name and pronouns from Robin. It's to play the freaking horse game. Also, you think if I click the horse? No, okay, it's just a little decoration. I thought this would just take me right to the horse minigame. But I guess if you want to go to the horse minigame, you just have to do the post-credits again. But okay! So that was, The Good People. I like it. I think it's charming. I find the characters to be quite cute. I like the aesthetics of them. I like their voices. They all have pretty nice voices, all things considered. I think that the voice acting is pretty good. It's only partial for right now, but I do wonder if there are plans for it to be fully voiced in the future. I'd have to look into the details of the Kickstarter, maybe. But even just the partial voice acting is nice. I feel like they're really choosing good lines and like picking what matters for like the actual like emotional beats, which is fun. I like that a lot. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and call this a stream. You will see me again tomorrow at 12 p.m. for yet another otome. And then again at 8 p.m. If you can't make the 12 p.m. stream, 8 p.m. will be Onimon. No dating sim that time. Congratulations! A break, a reprieve from the visual novel of it all. We'll just have a normal Satsu. Well, I guess a normal Onimon. I'm looking forward to it, personally. Obviously, it's not like I'm not yapping when I do these streams, but it'll be nice to have a stream dedicated purely to yapping, because it's been a while. At least it feels that way to me. But that's the plan for tomorrow. I have the thumbnails done for the week. I just haven't put them up yet. It'd be like that. I will probably put them all up in the morning so that everything's ready then. But yeah, that basically does it for me. Thank you guys so much for choosing to spend time with me. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone. And until I see you again, Yunotsu!